or anything else. That's the other thing about being my age, and sometimes it's gotten me in trouble
What?
in these interviews because I feel like, F it. I just want to say what I mean and mean what I say at my age. And sometimes I've regretted it. And other times I think, why? I mean, that's the old cliche about, you know, elderly people is they
Right.
finally say, F it. I'm just going to say what I want
Yes.
to say.
Yes.
I think I'm going to miss walking on those sound stages and hearing people and the cacophony of the voices or the quietness, the smell of it, um, the laughter that's coming from somewhere, walking on stage, seeing people from, the day before and beginning to form relationships with people, but sometimes it's automatic,
Right.
sometimes it's kind of gingerly. And I, I I think it's taught me how to be a more compassionate
Mm.
person who listens more and watches more. And I just, I would miss that. And let's face it, I would miss being the center of attention.
Of course. Of course.
Who wouldn't?
I'll still talk about you on Reddit, I promise. Um, what do you remember about your first time on a Hollywood soundstage?
The very first was with Milos Forman, but that wasn't a speaking role. My speaking role was with Dustin in Straight Time, and I remember just I was supposed to. It was night shoot. I was just inside a kitchen. I was supposed to walk out a door, and I don't know, was it Gary Busey out there or whatever, and I was in everybody's way, and I was nervous. I was in this room with a washing machine, and I just had no idea what I was supposed to do. I had no clue. And Dustin was so supportive and so helpful, and I learned a lot from him. And so, yes, we were off and running, but boy, I was clueless. Clueless.
It seems fitting that the series uh, brings you back into the legal drama world more than a decade after starring in David E. Kelley's Harry's Law, which was unceremoniously canceled by NBC, even though it was one of the network's most watched show because it didn't attract young viewers. And I remember the hubbub of that, of just the reader like emails of like, I love this show. What the heck? What do you remember about that experience and what did it teach you about Hollywood?
Cutthroat. That was my first upfront experience with
Mm.
that. I don't want to cast any aspersions on anyone involved with that project. I said what I said on that TCA stage. Probably should have said it a little more politely. It's like Annie Wilkes says, it's not fair. This isn't fair. And it took me a while to get over it. It really did. And also, one of my favorite human beings in the world is a Melamine. He's like a son to me.
Mm.
And he was left out of the second season.
Mm.
And I felt that the turn they made from being a neighborhood shoe store with real people, with gang members, with everybody, was diverse, going into more of a Boston legal style
Mhm.
show, I felt was a mistake. It was less enjoyable for me.
Mm.
So I guess things happen the way they're supposed to happen. I had an opportunity before that to maybe stay in the office, at the office.
Yeah.
And I always wondered, the road less taken,
Uh-huh.
what that would have been like. So it was tough, and then that was the summer that I was diagnosed with breast
Mm.
cancer. So that the whole thing kind of just went,
How did you deal with that?
not well.
Yeah.
Not well at all. As opposed to the ovarian cancer that I went through in 2003, somehow was more, even though I had to go through chemo and all of that, which wasn't a happy time. Although I was always happy when I got the Russian guy who was the guy to give me the chemo. I was like, oh, is Dimitri going to be here today? And, so, but somehow this time with the breast cancer was more painful. Although, it's really interesting, Yvonne, is that um, I was in more pain, oddly enough. And I think it was because of some nerve that was going on which was rectified after
Mm.
a while. But I kept begging my surgeon, I need, more I need more medication. I need more medication. And now that I've done all this research,
Yes.
I understand why he said, no,
Hesitancy, yeah.
we can't do this. You can't be on too much.
Yeah.
And I think I owe him a big apology. I owe him, at the very least, a thank you note, because I
Mhm.
think that I could very easily have tipped over into opioid use.
I love hearing how much of a star student you are in terms of prep. I've heard it from your colleagues on Matlock. Everyone's impressed by this. We learned it with all your questions that you came to Jenny with. This fall, it will be the 35th anniversary of Misery. And that was like your first like major film screen role. And I would imagine that carries a lot of, I don't know, maybe anxiety or pressure. What do you remember about the work that you put in to prepping for that?
I learned a big lesson from Rob. I sometimes I can be very literal
Uh-huh.
about things. A book was a big jumping off place for me. And I said, well, what about this? What about that? Doesn't this need to be in the script? And he finally said, we're not making the book, we're making a film. And he said, it's different. But in a way, that kind of literal side of me really helped with Annie. A
Mhm.
lot of who Annie is, I can totally relate to.
Hmm.
Totally relate to her obsession. Sometimes I can obsess about things, and or her fascination with a movie star. Oh, I
Mhm.
shouldn't say that. I understood her depression.
Mm.
I understood her loneliness. I understood all of these things. So when I went in, it wasn't so much that I had a lot of notes in my script. In that case, I was able to go in and hang out on the set
Mm.
with everybody and watch how movies are made. And it's also a way, as Dustin used to say to me, you have to stay plugged in.
Hmm.
It wasn't that I would go in my trailer and just sit by myself and think about other things. I went and I would plug in and stay plugged in on the set, watch it, be there, feel it, all of it, because when you're acting, you take all of it in. Whether you're in the jungle making a movie and you just happen to see something and you go, oh, and that brings something else in you. You have to be, and that's another thing Dustin told me, was just to keep your eyes out, to listen, what's going on, who's shooting, can you hear Owen? Can you hear this? Can you hear that? So that it's a more outward thing. And that's what my teacher at SMU, Ray Burke, told me, and taught us to keep a diary and look outside and see how people are living. So that was Misery for me. I felt it fit me like a shoe, really.
Well, and you can see like when you have that tussle with James Caan near the end, so good. And you go like full, and you guys didn't use stunt doubles, right? Or
No, well, we did. Yeah, I had Sammy Thurman
okay.
was there. I forgot who doubled Jimmy.
Mhm.
I'm sure he had a guy that he used for
Mhm.
years and years. Sammy, thank God, carried somebody through the snow. That was an interesting moment because that's the first thing we rehearsed.
Mm.
They took us to a sound stage. It had the house marked out on the floor. Dave Ellis was our stunt coordinator, and we blocked it out with Dave. The whole thing, the very first thing we ever did. And I was surprised by that, but we knew exactly what we were doing when we got there. And I remember them putting that gel on my arm so I could set my and shooting. It was all really cool until he slammed my head into the floor. I mean, they put a pad, they changed one of the things in the floor so it looks like the floor, but it's more soft, and it didn't do much good. And it was so upsetting.
Mm.
I really burst into tears afterwards, because it was just really horrific.
Before we end things, I have to say, you're gonna return to directing after more than 20 years, and you've done some amazing shows. You did 6 Feet Under, NYPD Blue, Homicide, you've done Everwood. You're gonna come back and do Matlock for mid-season finale. Tell me about, like, how are you just really excited to jump back
Yes.
in?
Yes.
Yes.
I love working with the actors. That's my favorite part.
Mhm.
You know, I'm not great location scouting, and now we've got a third stage, so we're all thinking, oh, maybe we don't have to go out. You know,
Yeah.
this year we can stay in the studio, which would be great. And I'm sure the cast is going to give me a hard time. I expect that, you know. But I also, one of the things that I felt that was one of my mm, gifts or talents or insights is that I know, because of being an actor, I guess, how to consolidate
Yeah.
what I want to have happen and put it into a sentence
Mhm.
or a phrase
Mhm.
that's going to unlock something in the actor.
Mm.
And I'm really hoping I still have that.
Mm.
And the other thing I'm excited about is working with the new technology.
Yeah.
I mean, we've got a guy who's a focus puller strat. I love him. And he's got this, you know,
Yeah.
he's not running and measuring and doing all this stuff. And he's been doing it for 35 years. And I walked to him and I said, what is that? He said, oh, I'm focus pulling. And I was like, oh God, tell me all about that, you know, or working with Chad, our A camera operator, and looking through the lens. And I loved when I was doing 6 Feet Under, sitting on an apple box underneath the camera and being on stage with everybody. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do that because we got a lot of glass at Jacobson Moore, but I really want to do that. The grips at 6 Feet Under made me an apple box with my name on it and the brass hinges and everything. So I want to take that with me just for good luck,
Look.
you know, even if I don't get to use it. And I guess you can tell how I'm excited
very
about this, you know.
I was at the table read yesterday for season 2, and it was amazing. I know we can't say too much, but what are you like? What's your one sentence pitch for what's coming for season 2?
Dangerous.
Dangerous. I like that. Well, I'm hoping before I make my exit from your wonderful home, if you could just take me into a room and get like a hammer and it's my dream cafe.
No.
Please.
Didn't you say you wanted to
We've
stay in
got
your business?
insurance.
You
We've
said you were feeling insecure.
I have my hands. Don't go near my hands.
No.
Do you get that request a lot?
All the time.
All the time? More than
All the time.
Tawanda?
Oh, yes, which isn't bad. That's a good one. Every now and then people will refer to Dolores Claiborne, but oh my God. Oh my God, especially men. I remember being on a flight from London and we were out over this Pacific Atlantic, and something was wrong and we had to go back. And I just remember one guy, you know, we were all pissed off and we was in the aisle and he said something about his ankles and I was just, you know, but anyway, it's been good to me. So, and I miss Jimmy.
Yes, he's great. Thank you so much for taking
Thank
the time.
you. This was fun.
Thanks for welcoming us into your home. It's
Oh,
beautiful.
it's been a pleasure to have you here. It really has.
And after the break, Mark's interview with Jason Segel.
For the Los Angeles Times and The Envelope, I'm Mark Olson. I'm here today with Jason Segel, co-creator, executive producer, and star of the series Shrinking. Thank you so much for being here.
Thanks for having me.
I know the show is really rooted in this sense of vulnerability of people at times really kind of showing themselves at their worst. What made you interested in exploring that?
I think that for me, that's the thing that's most interesting about acting, actually about making art in general, is helping people find their way through real life stuff sort of as a surrogate. You know, like watching people go through things on screen or in a song, you know, like nothing is more healing than a breakup song. And to make a show about grief is hopefully helpful to people who are going through grief in their own lives.
Is it difficult just day in, day out to stay in this very sort of fragile, emotional place?
I think the show found me. I've been living in a fragile emotional space for 45 years. Me and the show collided at just the right time. But yeah, I mean, I think I've always been a little bit tuned, a little tightly wound around emotions. I feel them maybe a little more pronounced than maybe even as healthy. But I think having art my whole life has been a really helpful way to use that defect. Yeah.
Because what is your own relationship to therapy? Like before the show came up, were you familiar with the vocabulary, the concepts?
Yeah, I was. And I do think that in life, learning that it is okay to ask for help is one of the most important lessons you eventually learn, hopefully, that you're not in this alone. And actually, I think most people are dealing with a pretty similar set of issues. Like the facts are different, but the emotions are all pretty similar: loss, grief, love. I think what's interesting about this show is it's based on some real therapists, and it is a more innovative version of therapy, where a lot of the therapy people have experienced, that I experienced, is someone asking you questions and sort of nodding at your responses and how does that make you feel. This other group of therapists that the show is based on, they understood that the real wish is that someone will tell you what to do. Right? Like that's the ultimate cheat code in therapy, is someone saying, okay, I hear what you're saying. Here's how you're going to handle it. And we'll figure out why you're having trouble with it along the way. We'll do that too. But I'm going to help you for the thing you're talking about that's happening on Tuesday. And so that was brand new to me and really exciting and really interesting. And then you layer on top of it that my character, who you kind of, enter this world through, is essentially going through a nervous breakdown, is at rock bottom, has just lost his wife, and is in a real hole of booze and drugs and misery, that he's continuing to practice therapy throughout all of this, and his patients have no idea. I was like, oh, this is like an electric idea.
Because that's one of the things I find really intriguing about the structure of the show, the nature of your character, is that he is both therapist and patient, and like in the way that like all of us are like going through some stuff, but then solving stuff, maybe being a sounding board for somebody else. Like, is that something that you found intriguing? The fact that he's like, even at his lowest, he's still like playing these multiple roles for other people.
Yeah, well, I think that's the secret of life. It's a secret of any authority figure, is that they're just dealing with their own shit as well, and they're just guessing. And you know what I mean? They have a badge on, whether it's literal or metaphoric, but they're guessing too. We're all out here just guessing, right? And so that's true of your therapist as well. They have some experience and some tools and have learned a lot, but they have rich, full lives that extend after your session ends that could be total chaos.
And now, have you found that there's anything for you that's kind of keeping you sane right now? Like, what do you like to do to sort of like keep it together?
I take these really long walks, like psychopath length walks, maybe like 3 or 4 hours a day. And I just walk through my town, and I have a route that I like, and I wave at all the shop owners like it's the beginning of Beauty and the Beast or something. And it really keeps me calm. I listen to podcasts. I learn my lines. That's how I learn my lines for anything I'm doing. I record the scripts, and then I take these long walks and just listen to it compulsively until I'm not thinking about anything by the time they say action.
Well, I like it that it's like it both probably like helps you like clear your head and get focused.
Yeah, I think there's something about the body moving that allows the mind to maybe let some stuff free, like break the loop-de-loop thoughts.
Yeah. I've heard you talk in the past about how for you, the period of time, like after you finished How I Met Your Mother, that you felt a little lost then, that you weren't sure how you felt about doing comedy. You were maybe dipping a toe into drama. And I'm wondering, with Shrinking in particular, the way that it sort of combines both comedy and some more dramatic elements, is that part of what you think you were responding to, that allowed you to kind of do both of these things that you were interested in?
Yeah. To the extent that you're the star of your own life, to me, it felt like the end of the M. Night Shyamalan version of my life, where I was like, oh, it all makes sense now. I had gotten really good at comedy and done a lot of comedies, and then I went off and tried to get good at drama and at least got to the point where I'm not afraid of it, So I had a lot of tools in my backpack, and then it's 2 shows, Winning Time and this show, Shrinking. Both of them allowed me to use the whole backpack. And all of a sudden I was standing across from people I really admired, and I didn't feel like a fraud. That was a big deal to me. Like all of a sudden I felt like now I understand. I'm like Liam Neeson from Taken, if he was like super sensitive. I have a unique set of skills that are like, I can cry really easily as a big giant man.
But did you feel uncomfortable or like you were some kind of fraud before that?
I think that at some point, and part of it is that I write a lot of my stuff too. I think as I moved into my 30s, and was still writing the stuff that had sort of got me started in my early 20s, there was a growing gap between what I was thinking about in life and going through in life and what I was writing about and making movies about. And that started to not feel good to me. And it started to not feel like the reason why you do any of this stuff. So I think that I hate to say, like, as an artist, right? It's like always feels pretentious, but I think that if, as an artist, what you're trying to do is use the art as a metaphor to explore what you're going through in life. That's like the most vital version of art. That's why there's a scene in Shrinking season 2 where Harrison Ford gives this speech at Thanksgiving dinner, and he talks about, I don't know how much longer I'm going to be able to do this, but I can't tell you how much it means to be surrounded by people I love and who love me and people I can rely on.
Road's going to get tougher and tougher, but I do know that I'll get through it because of everyone in this room. That's what I'm thankful for.
It's the highest version of art because Harrison Ford is 82 years old when he's giving that speech, and everything he is saying as Paul the character applies to how he may feel and what he may be working through as Harrison Ford at 82 years old. So you're watching and you're like, oh, this is it. Like, this is what art is. And I think that I've become more interested in that. Like, how honest am I willing to be on screen and on paper? How much am I willing to not try to look cool and just really explore what I'm going to?
The tone of the show, it's like it's difficult to describe. The only way I can sort of describe it is just say that it's just very warm. It's very unusual feeling that the show creates. Can you describe it? Like, how would you describe like what it is the show's going for?
The tone that like it reminds me most of is broadcast news.
Mm-hmm.
You know, where there's like these scenes that within one scene, that breakup scene between Holly Hunter and Albert Brooks, or the confession scene, I guess you'd call it, you know, where she says that she's with the other guy and Albert Brooks kind of freaks out and calls him the devil. And then he says, but I'm in love with you. You know, how about that? I buried the lead. And within one scene, you have all of the emotions. You have humor, heartbreak, this like honest confession. I think that's what we try to go for on the show, is like, it's what life feels like. You know, you don't, in real life, you tend not to drama your way through dramatic moments. You laugh your way through them. That's how we stay alive, you know, otherwise it's just too heavy. And so we deal with loss and grief and Parkinson's and all of these things with a touch of humor, because I think that's how you get through this shit.
Because those sort of things that I find really notable, especially in the second season of the show, is as much as it sort of the origins of the story are in Jimmy's grief over the loss of his wife, the show has like evolved into also being about this like onset of grief, or like an oncoming grief with Harrison's character knowing of what's sort of like coming for him with his Parkinson's. For yourself, like, I guess in some ways I'm curious maybe what your own experiences with grief have been, and also just how everybody on the set sort of like processes those feelings.
Well, when you ask the question, what it makes me think of is like, this is the amazing thing about having a friend group, is that life is coming for everybody. But the point of having a group of friends is that not everyone's in the barrel at the same time. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so you're there to help this friend when they're going through their thing, and hopefully you get them into the black right when this person has their shit so that they can be helpful. You know, it's like this beautiful give and take of a group of friends, because life just doesn't stop lifing. Like, that's the thing I've been bummed to find out. Like, you never really get to just like rest in a plateau of joy. You know, there's always some shit happening. And so the show is honest about that too. And, you know, we found out season 1, what a gift that every cast member could be the lead in their own show. I mean, truly, there's not a cast member on there who is not capable of like holding down an A story. And so, yeah, we started doling them out. Like, let's give everyone an arc and an A story and give everyone a chance to shine.
And for you as an actor, I don't know how you work. Do you draw a lot from your own like personal emotional experiences as you're like working on a performance?
I think there's actually a pretty finite set of emotions. So I try to be very familiar with them so that when a scene comes up, that emotion is very easily accessible to me. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like I try not to overcomplicate it too much. I don't need a wallet with my character's fake license in it and stuff like that. But I know what it feels like to have this sense of something being taken from you and where did it go? We all experienced that during COVID, for example. All of a sudden we got to the end of COVID and we looked back at 2 or 3 years and thought, like, what the fuck just happened? It came through my life like a tsunami, you know? And so that emotion applies to myriad circumstances,
Yeah.
you know? And so I think that my job is to try to just stay really aware of what things feel like.
I know when the recent Emmy nominations came out,
Yeah.
your colleagues, Jessica Williams and Micah Yuri, both shared text messages they'd exchanged with Harrison Ford. Did you also, were you texting with Harrison that day?
Yes.
And what was it? What was your exchange like?
I was glad he finally caught a break, you know? This guy, he's been trudging and trudging for years and years, and finally to get some recognition, it made me feel good. No, I told him I was so proud of him, and I told him the truth, which I think every day. It's the honor of my life and career to act with Harrison Ford. It's still not lost on me. We had a huge scene this year that we shot like maybe 3 weeks ago, and it was a hard scene. It was long, and there were moves, and the whole time leading up, it was not lost on me that I was about to do this scene with Harrison Ford. You know?
Yeah.
It's just a different feeling. It's a different feeling in prep. It's like knowing you're about to play one-on-one with Michael Jordan or something. It's like, I'm not going to fuck this up. You know?
Yeah.
Every time I'm acting with Harrison, I don't know if this will resonate with you, but I have a brain that wants to tell me I messed it up somewhere. You know?
Yeah.
That like, I turned left where I should have turned right. It's constantly nagging at me. But when you're standing acting across from Harrison Ford, that voice can't win. You're like, no, I think it worked out, dude. You know, I'm right where I'm supposed to be, or more than I deserve.
In watching Harrison work and working with him, like, are there moves that you feel like you've learned, or have you gotten some insight into why Harrison Ford is Harrison Ford?
This shouldn't be a shock, right? But Harrison Ford could show up to this show kind of however he wanted. Like, he could learn his lines on the spot. This guy cares about the material and cares about the scenes, cares about his arc, cares about getting it right, more than anyone I've seen, certainly more than he needs to, you know? And I think that that's the same lesson I keep learning over and over again, whether it's from Harrison or anyone else who I admire, who I am lucky enough to work with. It's just a commitment to like really caring with all your guts, you know?
Do you find this difficult? I feel like making a TV show, I know there's a lot of downtime. There's a lot of like just sort of hanging around. Is it hard to not just like nerd out on Harrison and be like, tell me about Indiana Jones. Tell me about the time you were a carpenter.
Yeah. I ask him about the carpenter stuff a lot. And sometimes I ask him like in earnest about like something's wrong with my door at home. Like, what am I supposed to do? And he actually like sparks to life. He loves talking about this. You're going to need a socket wrench for that, kid. I don't know if you're the guy for the jet. But no, when I talk to him more about his life stuff, look, he's become my friend.
Yeah.
How crazy is that? I ask him life questions. I ask him about marriage, and I ask him about like why you choose projects, how you choose projects. Yeah, I'm real lucky.
And do you feel like, especially seeing the way he's navigating this period of his career, is it meaningful to you to watch him specifically now?
The question of why we're doing any of this has always been very interesting to me. And it has led me to a lot of pivots in my career and a lot of strange choices in my career. Like, I don't really have a sense of strategy around my career. I kind of let like life be in charge. So I am really interested to see how I feel at 82 and 83 years old about why I'm still doing it, what brings me to work each day, what makes me care that much. So I'm more like looking ahead, trying to. I'm excited about the idea that I could still care that much when I'm 80 years old.
Yeah. And now I also be sure to ask about your co-star Jessica Williams. The two of you have such fantastic chemistry, and the show has like gotten to this interesting place where it's not quite the like Cheers moonlighting, like will they, won't they? It's almost rooted more in like should they, shouldn't they, of like examining like whether this is a good idea at all. Like, what is it that you like about the way the show is sort of like working with the dynamic between those characters?
It's been a really interesting dance to figure out, you know, because you also don't want to like bust up the practice.
Yeah.
You know, you don't want to bust up the friendship, but also like our chemistry is so good in season 1 is when we had our romance arc that you kind of couldn't not do that storyline and see what was down that road. I think the amazing thing about acting with Jessica is that she's capable of anything. She's capable of all the moves. Like she can do the rom-com vibes that we explored in that. She can do rival vibes, you know, which we kind of get into a little bit in season 3, as Paul is considering leaving the practice, you know, who's going to end up taking it over, kind of idea. And so, yeah, what's amazing about Jessica is it's just like no matter what ball you throw at her, she's going to catch it and she's going to throw it back.
How did you feel about the sort of arc of Jimmy, your character, sort of grappling with Jessica's character of Gabby having like a new boyfriend? Like it never quite got to like a jealous place, but it was like sort of. And I'm just curious, like, I mean, you know, you're very involved in the creation of the show, but like, how is it for you as far as like, you know, your relationship to like Jimmy's feelings, something like her relation, you know, Gabby's.
It's a funny question because it wasn't written in any way for him to be like jealous about it. But I always think it's more interesting to play two things. And so, yeah, people are complicated. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, so whenever I try to, for better or for worse, I try to find like the most, unclear version of someone's emotional feelings because I think that's how we are most of the time. You know what I mean? Like it's always a little, at least for me, it's always just a little complicated, more complicated than it needs to be. And I think that's definitely true of where Jimmy is. He's just like fraught and overthinking everything because there's so much trauma and like, oh, what if I did just give over to something? Well, what last time you gave over to something, she died in a car crash. You know what I mean? So there's all of these reasons he can't give over to anything. And so anything they throw at me, I try to play two emotions.
And now it's funny, my girlfriend grew up in South Pasadena, and so I've like spent a lot of time in South Pasadena, all around Pasadena, and it's super fun to see all those locations of where you guys shoot. Do you really like shooting that part of town and like the way that the locations really are a big part of the vibe of the show?
Well, I live there. And so when Bill approached me about, I don't know if I'm allowed to say this, but this is what happened. When Bill approached me about the show, I was doing another TV show called Winning Time on HBO about the Lakers. And Bill was like, you know, I'd like to make the show together. And I said, great, I would too, but I'm also doing another TV show. And I think we can work out the schedule, but like, I'm not going to be able to drive like too far because this is where we're shooting the show. So he said, all right, we'll shoot it where you live. So we ended up writing the whole thing for 5 minutes from my house.
Nice.
Yeah. And I also know all the locations. But I think the other thing that is cool about Pasadena is it really is distinctly not LA.
Yeah.
As you know, it's like you cross the 5 freeway and you're kind of out of this one industry town vibe and you're kind of out of the bullshit and it feels a little bit more suburban and people are walking their dogs and it's green. And we didn't want the show to feel too much like it was, people dealing with kind of LA problems.
Yeah.
Whatever that means.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
There's something that feels maybe it could be potentially superficial. People going to see therapists in LA. Like, I think there's a different association with that.
Mm-hmm. And now I hope this isn't too personal, but you recently got engaged.
I did, yeah.
Congratulations.
Thanks.
And I saw that you actually proposed at one of my favorite places, the Huntington Gardens and
It's
Libraries.
the best place in the world.
Now, tell me about that. Like, what made you want to do that there?
I do a lot of thinking at Huntington Gardens. Sometimes I do my walks there. I wrote a show called Dispatches from Elsewhere a few years ago, and I conceived most of it walking around Huntington Gardens. It just feels calm and nice, and I pay a lot of attention to the way I feel places,
Mm-hmm.
and I just feel ease. I feel total ease there. I thought to get engaged someplace where when eventually you have a kid, to be able to, like, I don't have to take some brat to Paris every time I want to show him where their parents got engaged. He doesn't deserve it. He hasn't done anything yet. He's just a kid. Huntington Gardens, we can, take him easily.
And then you get an extra visit in. So it's like,
Yes. Yeah, that's right. I got a membership because they say it pays for itself. 3 visits.
And now you all have recently completed shooting the next season, season 3. And I think both you and Bill Lawrence have said that season 1 was about grief, season 2 was about forgiveness, and now season 3 is going to be about moving forward.
Yeah.
Without spoiling anything, can you tell me a little bit about what that means?
I'm working on the not spoiling anything part. Look, I think that when you're getting yourself out of a hole, you finally you're doing a bit of that healing in a cocoon and around your friends and alone in your house and with your family. Then you get to this moment where you're like, I think I'm better. Let's take it for a spin out in the real world. And oftentimes, very quickly, you find out, I wasn't as ready as I thought I was. So there's a lot of dealing with that. All the different characters in some way kind of trying to take life for a spin a little bit and realizing that it's trickier than they anticipated.
And it's also been reported there have been some really exciting guest stars in this season. Michael J. Fox, Candice Bergen, Jeff Daniels is going to be playing Jimmy's dad, as I understand it. What was it like for you to realize that the show had reached a place where you could pull those kind of folks into it?
It's a really nice thing to have people who you admire and respect, idolize, come in and say that they love the show. That's crazy to me. Michael J. Fox is an idol of mine.
Mm-hmm.
Getting to even tell him that is a great honor. I basically copy Jeff Daniels. A lot of what he did and does, I've stolen those moves, and so we get to do scenes where he's playing my dad and our mannerisms are so uncomfortably similar. I couldn't imagine better casting.
And now, given that you co-created the show, you're an executive producer, what does it mean to you to have it be received in the way that it has, to have the show be a success, but also have it be really meaningful to people?
That's the part that I care about the most. It seems to be really meaningful to people. I've done a few things I've been very lucky. I've done a few things along the way, less than one hand that I can count, where people say this got me through this. This got me through this period of my life. This is meaningful to me and my family. And Shrinking, that's kind of all you hear when people come up. The world changed, and all of a sudden people approaching you became much more about hey, you're that guy. Can I get a selfie? You know what I mean? It's it's totally impersonal a lot of the time. And it's much more about proof. Hey, I can show my friends this happened. Shrinking, that's actually not how people approach you. Harrison talks about the same thing. Harrison, who people must want something from him for the past 40 years. It's the first time people are hey, thank you. It helped me get through the loss of my wife or my brother or my sister. It's helping me deal with my Parkinson's, whatever. That's crazy. And that's a real reason to be doing any of this.
But also the way that the idea that being vulnerable is okay, that it and to present yourself to the show like that to the world and have it pay off in this way must be really gratifying.
Yeah. That's my whole leap of faith in my personal approach to acting is it's kind of like a surrogate style acting, like maybe like a Jimmy Stewart or a Tom Hanks or a Kermit the Frog, who say, "I am you." You know, I for the next half an hour, or if it's a movie, an hour and a half, I'm gonna be the one who represents how we all feel. Um, I'm not cooler than you. I'm not better than you. You know, I'm just as awkward and sad and uncomfortable and hopeful and joyful as you, and like confused about all of it.
Jason Segel, I cannot thank you enough. Thank you so much for
Thanks,
joining
man.
us
Those
today.
are such great questions.
Thanks so much for joining us. Please come back next week when our guests will be Catherine Lanasa from The Pit and Tramel Tillman from Severance.
Hi, I'm Faith Pinot from LA Times Studios in Washington, D.C. Here are some of today's top headlines from the Los Angeles Times. Homeless encampments are coming down across D.C. as federal officials carry out President Trump's citywide crackdown on crime. After declaring an unprecedented safety emergency in the district Monday, Trump announced that homeless people would be moved far away from the Capitol, but didn't say where they'd go. DC's latest numbers show just 5,000 people are experiencing homelessness, a 9% drop from last year. Reporters say that throughout the week, they watched encampments clear. Construction equipment scooped up left-behind belongings as groups of unhoused people were forced to leave. The White House says people will be given the option to go to shelters or receive addiction and mental health services. But for those who refuse, they could face fines or jail time. Now, district officials in Washington say they're rushing to open emergency shelter space, but for many, the future remains unclear. And California's signature climate program, Cap and Trade, is set to expire in 2030. And for those calling for renewal, they could face big challenges. Reporter Haley Smith says Governor Gavin Newsom is leading the charge, pushing the extension to 2045. But lawmakers, industry groups, and environmental advocates are still debating just how the program should be reformed. Many agree that it's a crucial piece in meeting the state's carbon neutrality goals. Cap and Trade limits greenhouse gas emissions by requiring major polluters like power plants, refineries, and other industrial facilities to buy credits for each ton of carbon they release. Then the state uses the auction revenue to fund climate projects. Supporters say it's helped cut emissions by 14% since just 2013. But critics argue it's too weak, with too many free credits up for offer. Some advocates want to tighten the rules, while others warn changes could drive up gas prices and cost Californians jobs. With billions in revenue and the state's climate targets at stake, lawmakers say they hope to see a reauthorization before the legislation ends on September 2nd. For a deeper look into California's climate initiatives, head over to the LA Times for the full story. That's it for now. For these stories and more, be sure to subscribe to the LA Times.
In the midst of all the chaos during the Eaton fire, West Altadena was left largely unprotected. When the fires were finally contained, thousands of structures were destroyed and more than a dozen people had died. An LA Times investigation revealed that as West Altadena burned, LA County fire trucks stayed in other parts of the city. Rebecca Ellis covers LA County government for The Times and joined us with details. Rebecca, thanks for being here again. Remind everybody of the destruction of the Eaton fire.
Yeah, so the Eaton fire broke out right around Eaton Canyon area. That was around 6:40 p.m. So that was where, a lot of these fire trucks headed. That was where the damage started. Now, somewhere, we don't really know, maybe around midnight, 1 a.m., the fire shifted west. So it traveled really far into West Altadena. And thousands and thousands of structures burned there. And that was where you saw 18 of the 19 deaths were just focused in West Altadena.
There were questions immediately about West Altadena, whether they got evacuation orders in time, whether their cries for help, because they were dialing 911, were being responded to, right?
Right. I mean, this was an area that felt really, really neglected. This is a historically Black area, and they felt like they got essentially the worst response than the Palisades, which happened earlier in the morning when there were much more resources available. I think one of the ways you really saw that neglect was through the evacuation alerts. The evacuation alerts went out for the east side of Altadena around 7 p.m., right after the fire broke out. Evacuation alerts for West Altadena, those didn't come until around 3:30 a.m., so that's hours later.
And people in your story were calling 911, begging for help, and they later died.
I know, that was kind of the craziest thing. We got these logs of 911 calls, and you saw homes where we know people died, where you saw 2, 3 calls coming. One of those was the home of Anthony Mitchell and his son. Both of them had disabilities. They couldn't get out on their own. They called 911, I believe, 3 times. And there just weren't resources available. No one came.
Well, now, the Times investigation shows that this perception that the fire crew's response to West Altadena was less than it was to other parts of the city was, in fact, reality. What did it show?
Yeah, I think this was something that you heard again and again and again from residents, that where were the fire trucks? Where were the fire trucks? And so that was something we wanted to see. So I requested what's called automatic vehicle locator data, which is essentially almost like the GPS for a lot of the fire vehicles that were there from LA County Fire Department, which is responsible for Altadena. And what you saw is that, yes, they were largely focused in that area around Eaton Canyon, little bits of Pasadena where the fire first broke out, and most of them really did not move into the west side of Altadena until around 8 a.m., 9 a.m. the next morning.
We also know that there were people in the department who were sent home earlier that day. We also know that some of the county fire trucks were sent to the Palisades.
Yeah, so that's really important, a distinction. So that was the city fire department, which I think it's been pretty well reported now, did not prepare as successfully as a LA County Fire Department. So they had let people go when the fire broke out. In the Palisades that morning, LA County Fire Department said, hey, yeah, we can help you. We've held back a shift. We have, I think it was something like 800 more firefighters than we normally would. Here, take some of our resources. So they sent a lot of people to the Palisades, where they have territory, but so does the city, to help out. So when the fire in Eaton Canyon broke out later in the day, those resources were already in the Palisades.
And what I learned from your article is how the supervision works, because we all want to go, who's in charge, right? And there is going to be a lot of finger pointing. And you described how there's supervisors for different areas of where things are burning, but who's overall in charge of the big picture?
Yeah, it is really confusing. It has taken months to answer what you think would be a very basic question of who's in charge. And that's because there was something called a Unified Incident Command. So that is where the head of multiple different agencies that are at risk. So you had LA County Fire Department was there. You had the chief there. You had Pasadena Fire Department. You had the National Forest. They had people there. So all those people are kind of at the top at the incident command, they're making decisions and they're getting reports from, like you said, the different people that are on the ground and deciding, hey, this is where we should move all our resources.
So LA County Fire Chief Anthony Maroney says this probably just boils down to human error, but also has said, you know, just because LA County fire trucks were not there doesn't mean there were no fire trucks there, because other agencies responded.
Yeah, and that is a really important caveat here. We only have automatic vehicle locator data from LA County Fire Department, so we can say that's where those trucks were. But there were a lot of other agencies there that night helping out. We've requested data from them. We don't have it yet. But yeah, that is an open question. Where were those other resources? Were they west? Were they east? Where were they?
Before I let you go, will there be further investigation so that this doesn't happen to us again?
Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of different investigations going on. I know the fire chief Anthony Maroney, has said, yes, we are also looking, we're trying to figure out where all these engines from all these agencies are. And there is a kind of an after action report happening from the state that is trying to figure out exactly what went wrong here.
Rebecca Ellis covers LA County government. Thank you so much for this important reporting.
Thanks for having me.
The high school football season kicks off later this month, but for some teams, their biggest challenges are not on the field. They're at home. As ice raids continue across Southern California, many families are sacrificing sports for their own personal safety. LA Times prep sports columnist Eric Sondheimer has been following this story. Eric, thanks for being here today.
Thank you very much. This is a very important story that I didn't realize was going on until I went out and found out and saw the fear that is happening in this community.
You are talking specifically about 3 schools. Tell us.
Yeah, 3 downtown high schools, Contreras, Roybal, and Belmont. They're minutes apart. They're in downtown LA. They know each other. The students know each other, and the community know each other. And they're directly affected by the ice raids because the parents are living in fear. The kids are worried whether their parents will be able to see them play this fall. And the kids themselves have been affected because they had to stay home because of certain things that are happening in the community.
Yeah, you wrote in your piece that when there was that big raid in MacArthur Park, one of the teams had 20 players missed practice that day.
Yeah, Contreras High School, this raid was going on, and about more than 20 kids called in to say that they were not going to be able to come. The parents wanted them to stay home. And it's very important, the summer conditioning process, to prepare for the fall. If you don't go to the summer, you're going to come in not in shape, and that's where injuries occur. But I just felt the fear in talking to these kids. They really expressed it, how their parents were concerned, and they didn't know about the future.
Yeah, they're having to do a lot of family errands for their parents right now because the parents are scared to leave the house.
Right. The kids are the ones going out shopping. The kids have had medical appointments delayed because they couldn't get out because the parents didn't want to leave the homes. I mean, it is astonishing what is going on now. Give the LAUSD credit. They're trying to make their high schools safe havens so nobody's going to get in when they're there. But the coaches are concerned going from home to school and school to home, how that's going to occur.
It's not just the football teams impacted.
No, during this summer at Belmont High School, the cross-country coach usually sends those kids on to run around Elysian Park. Instead, he had to keep them on the field around the track. And if you ever know about cross country, it's about running a lot of miles. And so that was done to assuage the fears of the parents.
And you heard that fear when you talked to these kids. One boy you spoke with said he's really, really concerned. His mom is preparing to leave, and she'll probably take him with her.
Right. And that was at one school that the coach was concerned that he probably wouldn't be playing football this year, just like another kid who said he probably won't be seeing his mom at games this year.
The coaches take this very personally. Coaches are involved with their players' lives, and this is no different. And they're involved with the parents on a daily basis, right?
Right, getting phone calls and texts and trying to do this. The Contreras coach was brought here when he was 1 year old. He became a citizen when he was 17 years old. So this directly affects him. He understands what they're going through and is trying to get them through this. But one coach said, this is going to be happening on a weekly basis. This is a season unlike any other. They're going to have to figure out how to safely make sure the kids are being able to show up for practices, get home from practices, then go to games, depending on where they even have to play it.
Yeah, one of the coaches learned of a nearby ICE raid going on, and he had his kids hustle out the back door, basically.
Yes, again, it's all about safety, and it's amazing here in Los Angeles. It's a diverse area. Everybody kind of tries to support each other. But the fact that football coaches who are pretty busy doing lots of other things now have to worry about this another thing is pretty incredible.
Sports is such a bright spot in the lives of many students, no matter their immigration status, and the parents and the pride that is felt. So it's going to be a loss to not see those parents, they say, in the bleachers watching them play this fall. But there's also another game this fall that involves the whole community, just not the kids at the school. And that is the big Garfield-Roosevelt grudge match that happens every year, and they're concerned, right?
Definitely. This is the East LA Classic, the largest attended high school event in Southern California. And they haven't decided on a venue because they want to make sure it's a safe area. But it's certainly, I can imagine we'll have to see where things stands in late October on the ICE raids, because they want to make sure that all the alumni from around the country come back and feel secure and want to support their community. And I definitely will be monitoring that to make sure that everybody is sound and believes that they're going to enjoy the event.
Eric Sondheimer writes about prep sports for the Times. Eric, thank you.
Thank you.
world we invented is now competing against us. And then we've got to step up our game.
The entertainment industry has, of course, been synonymous with California since motion pictures were invented. Well, now, as film and television productions continue to move out of the Golden State, Governor Gavin Newsom is fighting to bring them back. LA Times entertainment business reporter Samantha Masunaga wrote about a massive new tax break for California-based productions. Sam, it's always great to see you.
Good to see you, Lisa.
Okay, we have been talking about runaway production for years. That's a fact. But a few years ago, Hollywood, given the runaway production, was still in pretty good shape, right?
Right. With the sound stages here in the area, they were occupied on average about 90%. You know, production was happening here, and things were looking really good.
Well, then we got hit with a double whammy: the pandemic and the strikes. What happened?
So you have the pandemic, which, you know, obviously slows production, stops it for a while in some cases. You know, that was very tough for the industry. People were not working. After that, in 2023, we have the dual writers and actors strikes. Production shuts down again. And then coming out of that, you know, there's a little bit of a return, and then we get hit by the wildfires again in January. So it's been a really rough time for the industry. Production really has not come back to the way it was before the pandemic, and things have been really tough.
Yeah, just to talk about the way there has been this real about face. I mean, I remember doing a segment a few years ago about people investing in new sound stages because they didn't have enough, right?
Right. There was private equity firms that were investing in sound stages. Developers have been investing in those, developers like David Simon. And so there is investment still happening even though the production is lower. You know, the soundstage occupancy rate has been lower this year. It was about in the low 60%. But, you know, there are investors who think that there is hope, so.
Well, and some of that hope came from Sacramento recently, and the legislature has decided to step in. What's the plan?
So the legislature and the governor approved a new bill that will more than double the amount of money allocated to the state's film and TV tax credit on an annual basis. So it went from $330 million, now it's going to be $750 million. Along with that increase in money, we're seeing some new changes to the program, new types of productions that are now going to be eligible to apply for these tax credits, including the 30-minute shows, which is going to be a huge deal. Those are streaming shows, you know, those are also TV shows. That's going to be a real game changer.
TV is made here, and by allowing it to stay here, it means a lot of jobs.
Right. And especially for these soundstage operators, a lot of TV productions are shot there. You know, producers like that. It's really predictable in sound stages. You don't have all of these kind of external factors. You can help with the health and safety. And that's what a lot of these were getting business from.
Well, in your piece, you said it worked in New York when they gave the increased tax credit there, right?
It did. There was a soundstage operator who owned a facility out there, and he said he was getting calls the next day right after their credit went through.
Well, and other states are seeing the benefits of these tax credits, too. I mean, Texas, of all places, they've had some big names, Matthew McConaughey, Woody Harrelson, Taylor Sheridan, all out there promoting production in Texas.
Small fraction of Texas budget surplus could turn this state into the new Hollywood.
In Austin, they did it. They are now going to provide $300 million every 2 years in tax credits for the industry for the next 10 years. It's a big deal.
It is a big deal. A lot of these other states have really stepped in the last few years and started offering these tax credits. Georgia's one of them. We talked about New York. You have Texas, even other countries, Hungary, the UK. A lot of areas are really interested in getting productions there. They say that there's a trickle-down economic benefit, that not only do the crews spend money there, but you have hotels, you have florists, all these other small businesses.
And there's another bit of production that's happening here now that didn't exist 15 years ago. That's the creator economy. All those young people who are making those videos up in rented houses in the hills, they're now creating some studio space for them.
Right. You have creators now at some of these classic sound stages where shows like All in the Family were filmed, and now you have Logan Paul there and Jake Shane and Kiki Palmer. So it's a real turning of the tide in some cases.
All right, so how are people feeling now that this has passed and it is going to be the new law of the land? Do we think we will see more production in Hollywood and soon?
Well, people are hopeful. They're hopeful that more productions will come here now and film here now that we have that additional money. But at the same time, they have prepared for the creator economy that is really big. Creators are not going away. YouTube is not going away. So they are hopeful, but there are some contingency plans for what they can do with some sound stages.
Samantha Masunaga writing about the business of entertainment. Thanks, Sam.
Thanks so much.
Hi, I'm Faith Pinot from LA Times Studios in Washington, D.C. Here are some of today's top headlines from the Los Angeles Times. Homeless encampments are coming down across D.C. as federal officials carry out President Trump's citywide crackdown on crime. After declaring an unprecedented safety emergency in the district Monday, Trump announced that homeless people would be moved far away from the Capitol, but didn't say where they'd go. DC's latest numbers show just 5,000 people are experiencing homelessness, a 9% drop from last year. Reporters say that throughout the week, they watched encampments clear. Construction equipment scooped up left-behind belongings as groups of unhoused people were forced to leave. The White House says people will be given the option to go to shelters or receive addiction and mental health services. But for those who refuse, they could face fines or jail time. Now, district officials in Washington say they're rushing to open emergency shelter space. But for many, the future remains unclear. And California's signature climate program, Cap and Trade, is set to expire in 2030. And for those calling for renewal, they could face big challenges. Reporter Haley Smith says Governor Gavin Newsom is leading the charge, pushing the extension to 2045. But lawmakers, industry groups, and environmental advocates are still debating just how the program should be reformed. Many agree that it's a crucial piece in meeting the state's carbon neutrality goals. Cap and Trade limits greenhouse gas emissions by requiring major polluters like power plants, refineries, and other industrial facilities to buy credits for each ton of carbon they release. Then the state uses the auction revenue to fund climate projects. Supporters say it's helped cut emissions by 14% since just 2013. But critics argue it's too weak, with too many free credits up for offer. Some advocates want to tighten the rules, while others warn changes could drive up gas prices and cost Californians jobs. With billions in revenue and the state's climate targets at stake, lawmakers say they hope to see a reauthorization before the legislation ends on September 2nd. For a deeper look into California's climate initiatives, head over to the LA Times for the full story. That's it for now. For these stories and more, be sure to subscribe to the LA Times.
Federal cleanup crews have cleared wildfire debris from more than 9,000 destroyed properties across Los Angeles County in 6 months, making it the fastest wildfire recovery in modern history. Although public officials have praised the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers for the unprecedented speed, many residents have expressed concern about the quality of work. More than 800 complaints have been filed against the cleanup, many of them accusing contractors of failing to finish the job. Accusations include leaving debris behind, failing to take hazardous trees, not draining contaminated pool water, and even neglecting to remove the building foundation.
So we spoke with U.S. Colonel Jeffrey Palazzini. He's the field recovery officer who's in charge of overseeing wildfire debris removal efforts here in the Palisades and the Eaton Fire. He assured me that there are folks who are overseeing and supervising each one of these cleanups to make sure that things are being followed. In certain instances, that's not being the case. In some instances, crews are taking too much soil, over-excavating. In other cases, people have reported that it doesn't seem that there was enough soil taken from these sites. About a third are that debris was left behind or there was some sort of work that was left to still be done. And so that kind of raised the question of how closely and consistently the rules of the cleanup and the best practices for the cleanup were being followed.
Private contractors have stepped in and offered to take what federal cleanup crews won't and resolve other issues that could come back to haunt homeowners.
Other people have tested also, and they've been okay. But when we tested, the front and backyards came back, not surprisingly, with increased levels of lead. You know, you have Army Corps, and it's great, and, you know, they send you this email, and you're like, okay, like, here's the final sign-off. But what you don't realize is that doesn't mean anything. That just means the Army Corps has wiped their hands clean of what they were going to do, which is the footprint, but there's all this other stuff left over that you have to kind of think about.
What they're leaving behind is all this sort of hardscape outside of the building slab, driveways, walkways, patios. They leave in the pools, they leave in basements typically. They're doing what they have to do to clear the ash and debris from the property. That is their sole mission. This property is a great example where there was no scrape. You have an exposed lawn, and the lawn had lead contamination. And that lead contamination, in all likelihood, came from whether it was heavy smoke or something from this house or something from a neighboring property, we don't know. But we do know that there are lead levels in the soil that exceeds residential screening levels for safe occupancy. And we found about 60% of our properties, 60 to 65% of our properties have had some residual contamination where we are going back and doing some surgical spot remediation.
I love the Olympics. Simone Biles, Michael Phelps, Carl Lewis, Mary Lou Retton, Pavel Nurmi for the deep track stuff. The Olympics has always been something that I've obsessed about every 4 years, especially the Summer Olympics. So when it was announced that Los Angeles was going to host a 2028 edition, I was excited, even if I was a little bit skeptical, because LA doesn't really need the Olympics. There's so many other issues Los Angeles needs to devote its money and its time to. But that said, I'll be honest, I was excited. But then, Donald Trump. So he was going to be part of the Olympics one way or another because all heads of state in any country that hosts the Olympics usually are. But this past week, Donald Trump did something interesting. He signed an executive order establishing a White House task force on the Olympics in charge of security. And so who's on that task force? Well, Donald Trump is the head of it. Number two is his number two, Vice President J.D. Vance. Also, you have people like Kristi Noem, the head of the Department of Homeland Security, and Stephen Miller, who is the Deputy Chief of Staff. All of those people also happen to be the four horse people of the LA Haterade Olympics. These are people who have openly talked about their disdain for Los Angeles, about how they want to, quote, liberate it from the liberals and stop illegal immigration, and basically hate everything that makes LA today. So that's why I wrote a column saying that LA needs to pull out of the Olympics. There's no reason for us to hold an event where we're inviting people who despise us to be in charge of the security. And I could already hear the apologists saying, well, you know, the Olympics are going to bring in all this money. Well, most Olympics actually run in the negative when it comes to finances, taxes, and the city of Los Angeles is on tap for the first $270 million of any deficit that the Olympics may have. The Olympics is going to bring a nice reputation to Los Angeles, please. LA is one of the great cities of the world. We don't need tens of thousands of athletes from across the globe, as cool as they are, to remind us of that. But most importantly, again, I just cannot overstate the fact that you do not invite people who want to destroy you to try to help you in anything. And sadly, though, that message has not come across to LA28 chair Casey Wasserman. And LA28 is the organization in charge of running the Olympics. And so Wasserman was at the press conference where Trump announced his executive order and was on stage with all these LA haters. And so what does Casey Wasserman do? Instead of telling Trump, like, hey, you know, you shouldn't be saying all these bad things about Los Angeles, Trump later on would insult Mayor Karen Bass. No, he presented Trump with 3 original medals from the Olympics. Man, I have not seen such a suck up since the last time I vacuumed my dad's pool. Olympics are cool, LA's cool, but bringing in Trump and his crew to be in charge of the Olympic security in Los Angeles, not cool. So Los Angeles, let's get the hell out of the Olympics and let the Olympics go to, oh, I don't know, Idaho or Austin or Tennessee, where all the California quitters are.
Do you have a picture of him somewhere? Are we just profiling a person?
Are we just kidnapping him? It's like, oh, you look Mexican? I'm Mexican too. What's up? How do you guys know I'm born here? This is insane.
At the end of spring in Los Angeles, what we saw is steeped up immigration enforcement, unlike we had ever seen in the city or in the county prior. And there was a number of very aggressive tactics that took a lot of people, including immigration and civil rights lawyers, by surprise.
One of the main tactics we were seeing a lot coming up were roving patrols. Those have been done historically along the border, involves agents who are in a car or on foot. They're trying to deter illegal activity is what they say. But really what we have found is that it involves driving around here in LA specifically, like predominantly Latino neighborhoods, looking for people that they're spotting on site. One of the cases we saw specifically was them pulling into a tow yard in Montebello, cut across the street, pull into this tow yard and immediately start asking questions. And that is a case that we have seen repeatedly coming up again and again. And a lot of these roving patrols then turn into another tactic, which is known as a consensual encounter.
Look how you got my hand, you're twisting that shit, I'm American, bro. Yo, these guys are literally...
And a lot of attorneys question whether these consensual encounters are actually consensual. What we saw in the case of the tow yard with Brian Gaviria, he was a U.S. citizen, and there was others there who got asked their names.
Up a skin color. My homie was born here just because of the way he looks.
Lawyers say that when people are approached, they ask, are you American? Where were you born? But there's also come with guns, they come masked, and oftentimes the question is, are these people really free to leave as they're supposed to be able to?
Consensual encounter is done in such a way where it's so conversational, almost it's like, hey, can I ask you a question? And it's just agents approaching people, and sometimes people not knowing how to respond or what to do, especially if you have the pressure of a bunch of agents who are armed surrounding you. People are answering, no, I'm not here legally, or no, I'm not an American. And then that really is what we've seen that triggers the arrest.
And that leads rise to another tactic that we've seen a lot. It says, if they run, we will chase.
Agents are using people running away from them as reasonable suspicion to then stop them. And even American citizens have run from agents. People who have legal status to be here have run. Almost it's instinctual for some people because, as a federal judge said here in LA, if armed, masked men who are unidentified are running at you, it makes sense that people would then run away from them. There's surveillance footage we saw of a roving patrol that was happening in Pico Rivera, and there was a custodial worker, he was pushing a trash can in the parking lot. Border Patrol truck comes barreling toward him because to them, they were like, okay, he's running from us, that must mean he's in the country illegally. We were hearing cases where agents were like laughing at people who had run and been like, oh, we never would have got them if they had never run.
And part and parcel to these roving patrols, part and parcel to these consensual encounters are where they're stopping individuals. They often stop them at Home Depots or at car washes. There's been at least 58 car washes in the Los Angeles and Orange County that have been hit, some of them multiple times. And often they use these locations because they presume the individuals there aren't going to be documented individuals. A federal judge in Los Angeles found that is one of 3 other factors that cannot be used to determine reasonable suspicion to detain a person.
One big thing I would note is what we saw repeatedly in a lot of these videos that have gone viral. A lot of them do involve Border Patrol agents who don't historically work in the interior. They are more used to working on the border. They were in and out. 2 minutes, they go, they immediately make a beeline to the certain workers. We were finding in some cases, especially people who were brown-skinned, felt specifically targeted. It's a consensual encounter that comes off of a roving patrol. They say, what's your legal status? Are you a citizen? Where were you born? And then, you know, they'll arrest people within a 2-minute span and clear out.
Across Mexico, violence has gotten so bad that in many cities, officials are actually firing the police. The police, they say, aren't fighting organized crime, but they're actually involved in it. They are calling in soldiers, National Guardsmen, and Marines to help police their towns. An example of this is the city of Celaya in central Mexico. That is where about 600 National Guards troops arrived earlier this year to try to bring crime and violence down. This is a town where you had more people killed than almost any other city in the world, and a town where organized crime controlled everything from the fuel theft to parts of government and the police. After a string of violence in Celaya, a new mayor came in town, and his first act was to fire most of the police force and call in National Guard troops. So you have, in cities like Celaya and across Mexico, soldiers in fatigues and armored vehicles patrolling the streets. This is supposed to make people feel safer. This is supposed to bring security. It's not clear if that has happened. Violence continues at really high rates in Mexico, and according to some estimates, organized crime controls around a third of territory. Militarization has been a really controversial idea in Mexico because a lot of Mexicans don't want soldiers who are trained for war to be in their streets. Soldiers are not trained to conduct police investigations, and so there's a lot of concern in Mexico that they are actually making violence worse. There's also evidence that the armed forces themselves are corrupt. So Mexico's left in a really complicated position where its police are clearly not up to the job, but its armed forces also have clear deficiencies. I was in Celaya for a few nights. I was out with members of the National Guard, and in just a matter of hours, we visited 3 homicide scenes. One of them was a taxi driver who had been driving his daughter home from school when he was shot and killed. The car flipped over, he died, she survived, and police and authorities said it was most likely because he hadn't paid an extortion fee. In Celaya, violence remains high, insecurity is very persistent, and like in all of Mexico, authorities are really grappling with what's next.
This is an important part of LA history. Right now, it's the 101 Freeway South entrance in downtown, but for 400 years, a humongous sycamore tree stood here, revered by indigenous people, by the Spaniards, by the Mexicans, by Americans, until it was chopped down in 1895. Its name was El Aliso. My name is Gustavo Arellano, and I'm a columnist for the Los Angeles Times. This was where the plaque to El Aliso was placed in 2019. At some point, someone stole the bronze plaque to this 400-year-old tree that was the mother tree in Los Angeles. And it's upsetting to think, like, 2025 has been such a horrible year for LA. The fires and Palisades and the raids of immigration that has been happening all across LA. Donald Trump, our own president, and his cabinet coming here to ridicule Angelenos, to ridicule what LA stands for. I just had to think there's a lesson here with this tree where we're at. I mean, look, over there's the 101 freeway, life continues. Behind us is a gentleman's club, make what you will of it. Just down the street are food vendors who are still setting up. Right up the street is a Metropolitan Detention Center where you have activists protesting against these raids across the street. And in looking in 2025, yes, I can paint for you a narrative of doom and gloom, but I like to think of the narrative of resistance, of helping each other out. We've seen how Los Angeles stood up to help out survivors of the Eaton and Palisades fire. We've seen all the networks of just regular Americans, regular residents of LA standing up to ICE and his deportations team. We're making it happen in real life.
And that's something that not just Angelenos can learn from right now, but also in the future. So none of us know what the future is except one thing. LA will remain standing, and LA does not back down, and LA will fight for that better future for all of us. So I urge all of you to read the LA Times package on the future of Los Angeles, to read my column about El Aliso, but really to come here, to go to where El Aliso once stood, to see where the plaque once was and will be again in the future, and really to take this lesson. Be like El Aliso, be like that tree. Be strong, be tall, be resilient, and more importantly, be hopeful. Gracias.
Bianca Coronado at LA Times Studios. Here are some of today's entertainment stories. Paramount's streaming and TV platforms are jumping into the octagon after landing a $7.7 billion deal for UFC's airing rights. LA Times reporters say the 7-year deal will allow the media company to air 13 headline events and 30 fights on Paramount Plus and CBS after the UFC's contract with ESPN ends this year. Acquiring the rights is part of Skydance CEO David Ellison's goal to make the streaming platform more competitive as Paramount's new chairman. Following the merger, he says the company is prioritizing sports to help boost Paramount Plus subscriptions. In the U.S., UFC draws millions of viewers, but with this streaming deal, owner TKO Group Holdings hopes to grow its audience by shifting away from the traditional pay-per-view model. Analysts say Paramount paid more than Wall Street's estimate, which valued the sports TV rights at just under $1 billion per year. TV networks are trying to get viewers buzzing about the biggest moments in their latest productions by rolling out behind-the-scenes shows. Manuel Betancourt says every nominee for this year's Emmy nonfiction or reality series comes from this batch of shows, keeping the genre's hot streak going. HBO creative director Natalia Echeverria calls these shows the new water cooler moment that provides fans with a look behind the curtain. Echeverria is nominated as an executive producer of The White Lotus Unpacking the Episode, which is competing with BTS shows for The Last of Us, Adolescence, Hacks, and Only Murders in the Building. To read these stories and more, be sure to subscribe to the LA Times.
First stop at the Americana, got to be Sephora, honey. I'm getting the Tower 28 spray, you know what I mean? I'm going to get my Lady Gaga foundation. First Eagles jersey I owned, certainly number 5 Donovan McNabb. Tied perhaps with Terrell Owens. Probably had both of those at the same time. First TV show my parents let me stay up late to watch, some sort of a cartoon. I would say perhaps Rocket Power or Cat Dog or Courage the Cowardly Dog, something in that sort of collection. Those are the trippy acid cartoons. First comedy album I listened to on repeat would be, I think, Let's Get Small, Steve Martin. That was like a very pivotal one. Yeah, Wild and Crazy Guy. He was probably the biggest influence on my style. I haven't met him. I think I would have sort of like a Wayne from Wayne's World reaction of being like, we're not worthy, we're not worthy. If I met him. First joke I wrote that killed with an audience is actually in my stand-up comedy special, Everything Must Go, available now on Max. If you guys could add in a wink sound, that'd be great. It is about technology today versus in the 30s and how that has changed our ability to surveil one another. It's like 7 minutes, so I can't really do it, but yeah, that's the vibe. Yeah, go check it out. First time I made Jean Smart laugh. Well, I know she saw my Colbert set, my stand-up set, and so I think technically that would be the first time, but in person during our screen test when I was auditioning. So like our third audition, when we finally were in the same room, day one, not to brag. First text I received after my Emmy nomination, probably my publicists, who work harder than God. Shout out to them. They're on it. They're literally there. The announcement drops, they know. And then just like Hacks Cast chat going up.
during the national anthem, I get teary-eyed before big games. I'm like thankful I'm there. What are you laughing at?
No,
I'm being vulnerable here. I'm exposing myself.
Am I going to talk about this on camera?
Yeah.
I mean, I stopped standing for the anthem.
Hello and welcome back to Dodgers Debate. I'm Jack Harris, the LA Times Dodger beat writer, along with our highly encouraged, optimistic, Dodger-believing columnists, I would assume.
I feel good about the fact we were all on time today. When was the last time that happened?
When was the last time we were in the studio? Very punctual today.
Yeah, we're so excited to talk about the Dodgers in the bullpen.
Well, yeah, it was such an exciting week for the Dodgers. They've entered new territory here as a second-place team going into this week because of, just a terrible week all the way around for them. They get swept by the Angels in 2 games in that series, the last 2 that were just real gut punches, as was the last game of the Blue Jays series on Sunday, as were the 2 losses they had against the St. Louis Cardinals before that, as has really the entire last 6 weeks have been, in which the Dodgers have gone from leading the NL West by 9 games on July 3rd. That was 6 weeks ago. They now are trailing the Padres by a game, with the Padres coming to Dodger Stadium this weekend. You both have taken shots at the bullpen, at the trade deadline, at the general play.
I don't like this taking shots thing. We're just stating like it's really obvious.
Stated the obvious.
It's the first time Dylan and I have had almost similar columns 4 days apart.
I mean, it would have been hard to write anything else though. The story, I mean, especially lately, like the script of some of these games, the not being able to extend the lead, not being able to trust the bullpen, not being able to win close games. I mean, it's taken what was already a bad stretch of the season and put it, if not in crisis mode, at least in like the kind of place that, the Dodgers haven't been on this bad of an extended run since the start of the 2018 season, maybe. Maybe that September in 2017 when they lost a bunch of games in a row.
And the one thing the bullpen does when it's bad is that it just deflates the team. It deflates the offense. It drives a stake to the heart of the hitters. They're not as keen. They're not as caring. It's almost like they're saying, here we go again, and they're giving up. You can't overestimate how much the failure to short the bullpen at the trade deadline is costing this team. It could cost them everything.
I forgot to mention that the one bullpen piece they did add at the trade deadline, Brock Stewart, is hurt with a shoulder injury that he had shoulder problems last year. That was part of the risk of getting him. They are still waiting on some top bullpen pieces to come back. I don't know. I look at the last 6 weeks. Tell me what you think of this. July was just bad baseball. The lineup wasn't hitting. The rotation wasn't intact. That happens. The fact that that's now been coupled with what has been a better kind of overall product. Mookie Betts has gotten hot again, thanks to Dylan.
Thank you.
Freddie Freeman's gotten hot. Shohei Ohtani has been better. The rotation is healthier and is pitching better. And yet, they're still losing games, and they're losing them, like you said, in ways that I think are even more frustrating, in ways, the way Freddie Freeman put it this week. It's like it's really tough when you lose those close games. Like, you have to win them to start going on runs. It's when you win those close games that then you start to have the confidence of going out and scoring 9-10 runs, going out and having a week when you win 5 or 6 games. And the Dodgers' hope is that eventually they are going to get there, right? That enough healthy bullpen pieces will come back to at least make that group capable of protecting some lead late in the game, that the rotation's going to be good enough down the stretch to ease the burden on the relievers, and that the lineup's going to keep rounding back into form like we've seen, which I think might be true. I do expect that by a month from now, the Dodgers are going to be playing better baseball. The problem is that 10 days from now, I'm not sure that they will be. And 10 days from now, what's currently a 1-game division deficit could be 3 or 4 or 5 with these 2 series against the Padres coming up.
Yeah, and I think, and that's the thing, though, is that, you talked about the rotation and the lineup getting better. Those were things we were kind of like expecting, or if not, they were like prerequisites for them to at least be like in contention, right? And so we were expecting those things to kind of happen. The problem with this bullpen situation is this doesn't really look fixable, right? And like you said, okay, they might be able to fix it to a degree where they could, again, I always use the beat the Rockies on a Tuesday thing, right? Now,
they do have a Tuesday game against the Rockies coming up.
Now those are Rockies games at Coors Field, which is going to further tax the bullpen, right? Those games never end. Jack, you're going to be working late hours in those games.
I'm not doing that trip. I'll be happily watching from home.
All right, good for you. But you go into October, and let's say, okay, Tanner Scott is back, Kirby Yates is back. Those guys haven't pitched well, right? Because it's not just getting them back; it's getting them to a place where they're like shutdown guys in October,
and they're coming off injuries.
And it's hard for me to picture like that bullpen kind of coming together the way it did like last year, right? And I think they unfortunately have kind of created this like pitching culture where it's like, you're a starter, you go 5 innings, that's great, right? I mean, every game in October now, you're looking for the bullpen to be covering like 4 innings a game. That's a lot to put on a group where, right now, who's pitching the 9th inning? And even if everybody comes back, who's pitching the 9th inning? So yeah, it's just. Maybe Andrew Friedman's just a lot smarter than us, and he's trying to build a winner around Shohei Ohtani when he's like 40 years old. They held on to all their guys, so I guess that could happen, right?
Number one farm system in baseball now, according to MLB Pipeline.
How primitive of us looking at this season.
I just look at what Duran's doing in Philadelphia. He's energized the Phillies. He's changed everything over there. They needed a guy like that. They didn't get it, and I don't think it can be fixed. I don't see how it's going to get any better. Because, again, we're talking about being saved by Michael Kopech, being saved by Kirby Yates, being saved by Tanner Scott.
How's Plash's guy doing in AAA?
Not good.
Bobby
I
Miller?
checked.
He's been better.
He's got 5.5 ERA.
Well, yeah, overall.
Yeah,
but
but since
the
he
bullpen experiment has
He's
been.
only pitched really 3 times.
He's got like 5 or 6. It's been better.
I don't know. I checked the stats today, and it didn't look good.
It's almost like you gotta kind of pray that like Roki Sasaki is open to closing or something, right? Because
possibility.
At least he's got. The funny thing about last night's game was I was watching Enriquez, and I'm like, that guy looks like a closer, right? He's got closer stuff. He's nasty. He's got presence on the mound.
Yeah, he's huge.
And just as I was thinking that, he coughed it up. So
I think that a couple guys can get hot in the bullpen. Again, like I think even with the bullpen, a month from now, it's going to look a lot better than it does at the moment. My concern is that if you fall too far behind in the division right now, we've already seen with this team, there's too many little things that have gone wrong all season long, even before this 12 and 21 stretch they've been on since July 4. The lineup's just too inconsistent. There's a little too much swing and miss. They haven't been as good, especially lately in clutch situations, cashing in, things like that. Like you said, Dylan, the rotation, which has been better, but like it was better because Blake Snell had a bunch of strikeouts and a 5-inning start, and Tyler Glasnow couldn't get through the 5th or the 6th inning in his last time out. That leaves you with, even when you're playing better, a kind of narrow margin for error if you're going to be in a situation where you have to play a wild card series. You have to play a wild card series on the road if you don't win the division. You have to go through this elongated postseason path like we saw a team in 2021 that was playing much better down the stretch that season not be able to do. And I think that's, one of the interesting things to me about this stretch is the fact that, like within the clubhouse, when you listen to Dave Roberts, when you listen to Andrew Friedman, for as bad as this has been, the panic level isn't that high. There's certainly frustration and disappointment with how things have gone, but the message has been, things are going to turn. We're going to stick with our program. We know we're a really good team. We're going to be good by the end of the year. But there's just this dissonance between that idea, which might be true to some extent, and the reality of the current situation, which is the division is one more bad week from maybe slipping away from you for good. And it's just a tough thing to try to balance, and I think isn't really reflective of maybe the urgency and the desperation that this current moment requires.
I wonder if Doc is getting tired of all of it. I wonder if Doc is really believes they can come back and be a great team again. They don't do the small things. They don't do there's no urgency there. I think this bullpen has weighed everybody down. They don't look like the same team. They don't do the little things. They don't do the hustle things. They make bad throws. They miss cutoff men. They take dumb base running moves. And Doc, if you look at Doc, he looks despondent. He looks as bad as I've seen him in 9 years.
Yeah, I mean, it's like these guys. I think we need to take everybody's words at right. Everybody has like a different vantage point here. We know these people, right? So I think everybody's like BS is kind of like slightly different, right? I think, look, and I said this I think last time, right? Friedman is behaving like a guy who won a World Series last year and knows he's not going anywhere.
Yeah.
Right. And whatever. It's just, he's just kind of just doing his, White House, just trying to bamboozle the public thing. I think Dave's the one that's like feeling it, right? I mean, he's the guy that has to like make these decisions, and it's like, okay, I can choose this guy, this guy, this guy. They're all three of them I don't like, but what
I mean,
the hell?
that was last night's
Right,
game.
yeah, and
Justin Wroblewski go pitch a third inning.
It's unbelievable.
Ricardo Enriquez.
Yeah, and he kind of said, right, we have who we have. So you kind of can read between the lines there. I asked him if, had they gotten through the eighth, who would have pitched the ninth? He had to like think about it, right? Because it's like, okay, which vat of poison am I gonna, take a drink out of? I think you listen to the players, even like with Mookie there's kind of a little subtle, right? We're giving ourselves a chance to win. Basically, we're giving ourselves a lead, and then the bullpen messes it up, is kind of how I read that.
But even there, and this might get to your point, Plash, I mean, part of the problem, like the bullpen's a glaring problem, but the other problems that are smaller are that they're not building bigger leads, right? Like the reason you blow, 5 games in the last 9 out of the last 9 where the bullpen blows it late is because in all of them it was either tied or it was a 1-run lead and they couldn't tack on. Last night's game, they went 0 for 16 at the plate from the 5th inning on. Now, Andy Pages had a potential 2-run homer robbed. Even when you look at on the other side of the ball in that 8th inning, Henriquez almost had a double play that then he tried to go for and tip. So there's some like baseball-y bad luck, just kind of course of the season things that are happening. But when you have that central piece of we know we need to build bigger leads, we know that if the game is close late, we don't have the options we trust to try to close it out, it just adds a certain level of pressure or tension that lends itself to sloppier play or overpressing or trying to do too much. Shohei Ohtani trying to steal third.
That was a terrible decision.
Swinging at a full count slider in the dirt against a rookie left-handed pitcher who got thrown into a bases-loaded situation on Sunday.
But this becomes like one of those, like, you're right, the chicken or the egg questions, right? Like, what's kind of the genesis of it? And I think that the bullpen thing is the bullpen thing, right? Like, they can't. That's the start of all those, right? Putting pressure on yourself. That all starts with them, everybody knowing, right, that the bullpen is like a troubling spot. And I think too, a lot of these mistakes, I mean, this kind of veers in like a slightly different direction, but like, right, they have like some younger players that have come up that have just kind of, look, young guys make mistakes. It's going to happen. But I think also I'm kind of wondering like what's going on in player development here, and kind of looking at the larger picture too. Again, when the Guggenheim Group came in, they said, okay, we're going to spend right now, but we're going to gradually transition into becoming this kind of, right, we're going to develop our own guys. And I think augment was the word that Friedman used. We're going to augment the roster with like free agent additions, right? If we need like a big left-handed bat, we'll go sign that guy in free agency. But the core of the team,
sustainability.
The core of the team is going to be based on these minor league guys. But you look at it like over the course of this time, I mean, it's been Will Smith, Walker Buehler. They've had some pieces here and there that have contributed in small doses, but it's really been those two guys. Right?
Andy Pages has been good.
And okay, I'll give you Pages as a third. We'll see how that goes next year. I mean, Outman gave him a 20 home run season at some point, right? Didn't he hit?
Yeah.
So
we're like 18 of them were hitting 2 separate months, but yeah.
So we'll kind of see there. But like I do think now. But you look at the foundation of this team is completely based in free agency now, and they've veered so far from their original vision. I'm just kind of wondering, like, why are you holding on to these prospects at these points, right? Because whatever it is that you pictured, that's not happening, right? And at this point now, you have put in, and people, right? They're okay. We don't want to turn into like the 09 Phillies, whatever, right? But well, you kind of are. You're already going to, right? This team is going to get old together. They already are getting older together, and I kind of think like, well, you know what? The situation just changed. I know that was the vision originally, but obviously, kind of at a fundamental level, it's not like working, right? I mean, and look, the Padres, right, use their farm system differently. They use that prospect capital to go out and get players.
They're poker chips at a table to them.
But the thing is, they know they can kind of replenish that supply. I think that's part of the reason they're not afraid to trade these guys.
Yeah, but so can the Dodgers. This is the part I've never understood.
But the thing is that, like, it's not. Yeah, right. And I guess that's kind of the thing, though, is that, like, because these prospect rankings are kind of like fictitious, right? I mean, it's just they don't know. Nobody knows, right? Like, Baseball America doesn't know. I mean, and they kind of rely, like, similar to us, like on scouts and on.
All this talk about Freeland,
you know,
like, what has he done?
He hasn't been good.
I mean, he was a 250 hitter in the minor leagues. Like, I don't understand, like, why anybody.
And that's a guy who was like a top 50 prospect in the sport when he got called up.
But I think, like, a lot of times, right, again, like, you know, I mean, it's like anything, right? I mean, there's some guys that, like, right, you know, they do get more favorable coverage in a way because they tell us more, right? It does kind of fall in this category of either, you know, you tell us your story or we're going to find somebody who is, right? And whoever kind of tells that story a lot of times dictates the narrative. And this narrative has been created. The Dodgers have this, like, great farm system. But I question, like, how close that is to actually
And yeah,
reality.
we go through all this, and now we're back to this. Friday night, the Savior.
All of that. It's going to come
Clayton
down.
Kershaw. It's, once again, do you know he's thrown the third most innings on the team?
Yeah.
That's unbelievable. And it's up to Kershaw to save him again. And like Dylan said, it's going to come down to the playoffs. Yeah. Game one of the wild card series.
He's pitching in October.
It's unbelievable.
It's gonna happen, Jack.
You need a couple rotation injuries, which is possible.
Right. Well, that's the thing, right? It always conspires. Well, because we know he's gonna be there, right? It doesn't matter. His arm could be like half torn off. He's gonna be there in some form.
Is he gonna throw it into the Padres? I don't think.
Throw? No, he won't.
No, he won't do that. But is there gonna be bad? I bet there's bad blood. I bet the Padres start some stuff because Roberts doesn't like Mike Schilt. Is it Schilt?
Mike Schilt.
And Mike Schilt doesn't seem to like Roberts.
No, not a lot of fondness between those two.
Not a lot of love lost between those two.
It is interesting, like the Padres series, and especially for it to be happening now. I guess if you're looking for, like, one reason for optimism, if you're the Dodgers, is this series does force you. It does serve as like a reset in some ways. Like, it forces you to play at a different intensity level. Like, talking to guys this week, that's been the message, is these games are different. You know, Miguel Rojas was talking about every time we play these series, you're drained by the end. You know, you're not just thinking about, let's try to take 2 out of 3 here. Like, every game feels like a playoff game. There's this contrast of styles between the teams that kind of adds to this, right? You have the Padres, who are a very kind of outwardly emotional team. They'll flip bats. They'll mess with the fans. They just play with a certain kind of energy and swagger that is so opposite of everything that the Dodgers do. And then when you put that in these environments, whether it's in LA or San Diego, and the atmospheres kind of feed into that, these games do have a different kind of energy. And I will say, back in June, when the division was kind of getting close then, and the Dodgers were sort of at the start of what has been this extended slide, they played well in those 2 series. It's probably some of the best baseball they've played all year. And if you can find, like, if you're looking for, especially right now, something to kind of change that vibe around the team that's emanating from the late losses and the blown bullpen games and just the mounting frustration.
It's got to happen now.
This could be one way. But yes, I think it does have to happen now. Because, I mean, I'll ask you guys, like, if they lose 4 out of 6 of the Padres in the next 2 weeks here and find themselves 3 or 4 games back going into September.
They can come back from that. Well, tell me, am I wrong? I really dislike Manny Machado. I mean, I don't like him as a person. I boo him. I hate Manny Machado. He was a dog for the Dodgers. He didn't play hard here. He walked to first base. He's a dog for the Padres.
He got him to the World Series.
Well, I spent a lot of time rereading. I was not here for the Machado thing, but I spent a lot of time going back and reading about this and some of the things that, because to me, he's like the example of this tension, contrast between the Dodgers and the Padres. Because, like, the Dodger players, like, do have they liked him. It's not like he was hated within the clubhouse. Even the fans, Like I was reading, like the fans were cheering him all the way through the end of the World Series. It's not like, but it was.
No, he was booed after he said he walked to first base. First base, he was booed in the playoffs.
But he was like from the day he got here, right? Just a very obvious non-fit. Like there's quotes from Farhan at the time, like, "Well, he's here for this year, and then good for him going out and getting whatever he's going to get in free agency." Like there was never a pretense that they were going to keep him. He was the convenient option at the time. And his whole 3-month tenure with the club, like you said, was marked less by the production he provided at the plate and more about hard slides into the base or dragging his leg at guys or, not running out balls and the Johnny Hustle quote. And, it's just it's a guy who plays much more on the extremes, right? And that's kind of how the Padres have been over the years. It's a team that gets really, really hot, like you've seen right now, that can get really, really cold in a way that the Dodgers typically don't up until recently. But when he's playing the Dodgers, and especially with the way he gets received at Dodger Stadium now, and then the way that Padre fans have really embraced him as like the first guy that got there to kind of start this rebuild that's led them into this period of contention.
He's booed more than Carlos Correa.
I don't think that's true.
I think it's true. I think it is now.
It's kind of close. I mean, after this year, after the stuff last year, and the throw to the dugout at
I don't know.
Dave
The Correa
Roberts.
thing was like pretty loud though.
Yeah,
I've been kind of surprised every time I hear the Correa thing. I'm always kind of surprised.
Okay, well, the fact that he's even on that, a guy who played for a team that helped them get to a World Series is on the level of the guy that helped steal one away from the year before. Just like highlights all of this, and that's why I am fascinated about this.
You like him, Dylan?
Actually, I don't have a problem with it. I mean, I do think. I mean, I don't even know. Do we want to get into like?
Yes.
Like, kind of, right, even within Latin America, there are different cultures, I'll just say, right? And LA is like a very Mexican city, right? And this guy's like, right, he has like a swagger that's like a little bit, maybe not compatible with like the dominant culture here. I think that plays a big part into it, actually. But I think, here's the thing, right, is that I do think, this is what I'm kind of wondering, is that I do think, like San Diego, right, losing is like baked into that city, right? It is a loser town, right? And Plaschke, you work there, right?
It is. Yeah. It's total loser town.
Right? I mean, Plaschke became a winner after he moved to Los Angeles, right? You got the Plaschke.
He did this whole riff during the NLDS last year too.
No, and look what happened. Game four in San Diego. As soon as things started going wrong, what happened?
8-0.
That stadium became silent, right? And I do think that as much as like athletes talk about, okay, we're trying to block out the noise, or in this case, like the non-noise, right? There is a level of it, right? Once it reaches like a certain point, it's going to seep into the clubhouse, or in this case, like in the middle of a game, it starts seeping into like the players, right? Where you hear this silence, and it's because the city is like, right? Everybody there is like, we've seen this before. Right? There's a 50-year-old man who has spent his entire life in San Diego watching the Chargers blow it, watching the Padres blow it time after time, and it's like, I've seen this before.
You know what I didn't realize? The Padres are the oldest team to have never won a World Series in Major League Baseball.
Yeah, I mean, right? I mean, that's kind of the point, right? And I think that when that starts happening, then all of a sudden it starts affecting the team psychologically. Now, what I do wonder, though, right? I mean, because right now, you look at the Padres, I mean, they went out and, right, they fortified the lineup. They got Mason Miller, right? They added him to what was already the best bullpen. They must feel right now like a huge, 100-foot tsunami wave coming in, about to crash down on this like completely defenseless, like seaside town, right? Which are the Dodgers right now, who didn't do anything, who are playing terribly, and I'm wondering
they're about to slay the dragon.
Yeah, and I'm wondering like even. Does this make them any more like resilient because the Padres, because they have so much more going for them right now, right? That like, is it enough to kind of overcome this history, or will they, eventually, right, succumb to again the weight of the city's past?
They're going to throw somebody. Someone's going to get thrown at.
Do you think it'll happen while the games are still competitive, or do you think it'll happen?
I think it'll happen Friday night.
Oh, so you think right away?
Right away.
Okay.
That's the kind of team they are. They think they had the Dodgers down. They're trying to throw the knockout punch. By the way, what's that ball you got in your hand?
Joe Adell hit me a foul ball this week.
And you
I
caught it on the fly?
On the fly with a bobble. But I caught it.
Did it
Not
hurt?
mentioned on the air.
Yeah.
Wait, that's the ball?
That's the ball.
You poser.
That's
You brought
awesome.
that in.
That's awesome.
He wanted to see
He
it.
got acknowledged on
Here's-
the air. What
no.
more does he need?
Hey, you ever caught a ball?
This
Hey,
is.
you ever caught a ball?
No.
I caught a ball in the ALCS 2002 Angels, Twins, last game, last out. Ball right to me, catch it, I drop it. Ross Duhan picks up and keeps it.
I remember, I think it was Zach Helfand, who's now at the New Yorker. It was somebody, because I thought it was Jack, but Jack denies that this was him.
This is not me.
Somebody used Helene Helene Elliott as like a
This
shield.
is not me.
Oh, shameful.
Yeah.
You know what? Here's why. Last night, another ball came into the press box, kind of close to me and Sonia Chin from MLB.com, and like I had this memory going through my mind, like, okay, if this ball hits an innocent bystander, I'm not going to hear the end of it from Dylan. So I kind of reached over. This one I dropped, and then that was also mentioned on the
It was mentioned
broadcast.
on TV.
Which brings me to my other point. I don't think. Plaschke, were you watching the end of the game on Saturday? Because I did not get a text from you when I caught the ball that was mentioned. But then last night, I get a text right away. Oh, you're getting called out on the air for.
I was watching. I didn't hear it.
On mute.
Yeah, you know.
It was at the end of the game. Like, I was, like, in the middle of my. Like, this was 2 pitches before they walked it off. But I'm in the middle of trying to get my flash gamer done and look up.
All right, when a ball comes at you guys in the press box, what do you do?
I mean, I move.
I duck.
I've
Well,
been
I
wanting.
also
I'm
cover- well,
scared to death.
I protect my computer first. Now, one time, like I did have a ball come in to the press box, right, and it went by me, and it kind of like rattled around, and I grabbed it, and I leaned over, and the crowd below, right, a bunch of people like converged in that
Whoa.
area, hoping for me to drop it. I dropped it right in the middle to ensure that they would
Dropped
be
it from the press.
You
box?
should never do that, Dylan. 'Cause you get somebody, you give his liability
somebody.
sued.
Well, people were telling me what a nice thing that I did, but it actually, like, they wound up, like, fighting amongst themselves for the ball. It was very chaotic. It was kind of fun. It was like watching Hunger Games.
I've been waiting for a foul ball. This has been like a thing for like 2 years. And then last month,
Now
Mookie
you can't
Betts.
let go of it.
Well, Mookie Betts hit one at Dodger Stadium that was a can of corn, and just right off my hands into the Loge levels. So that's why I'm
Remember
I'm
the-
very proud of this.
The
even though I
crazy
have
one's the Milwaukee press box, because it's so close.
Oh yeah,
they're like rockets, right? And like
they write who
Right,
hit
they're-
the balls into the dents on the wall.
Oh, really?
behind you. It's like a shooting range.
Yeah.
That's very scary. I mean, I don't think people realize how fast those balls come. Yeah. That's awesome. You caught it.
Just a couple bobbles. Got it.
Did you get any cheer from the press box?
There were people in the Gene Autry suite at Angel Stadium that were there. They seemed to
Did
appreciate
you hold
it.
it up triumphantly?
Not triumphantly, no.
Did you hold it
Just
up?
kind of showed them,
Oh,
like,
you
yes.
did.
Are you going to get it autographed?
No, I'm not going to get
Good.
it autographed.
That's good.
Oh, Joe Adele.
Why don't you should
please sign my.
Why don't you autograph it and we should give it away to one of our viewers?
I mean, we would have to give it away. I think that would have zero value if I.
I bet somebody would want it.
Yeah, I mean, it's a game ball. All right, so who wins the Padres series?
Well, do you want to do just this weekend? I guess we'll do just this weekend. I mean, I think the Padres. They're playing so well. There's this Max Muncy side injury thing that we'll learn more about tomorrow, but that's not great. I do think from a pitching standpoint, here's the thing I'm most curious to see. And maybe it doesn't apply to this guy on Friday because he's just kind of grinding with what he's got right now, and I don't think we're going to see him throw more than 70 or 80 pitches that much in starts going forward. But on Saturday and Sunday,
We got Glasnow and Snell.
and those are two guys that are supremely talented, that, especially with Yamamoto, they're going to need those guys in a way I've kind of come around to more. Like, Yamamoto's been good, and I think he'll continue to be good, but he's not going to be, I don't think, the guy that had like a 1 and a 1.5 ERA at the start of the season or for that stretch, a month or two ago. There's a lot of innings on his arm. He had one of his worst career starts at Angel Stadium on Monday at the start of that series. So they've invested a lot of money in Snell and Glasnow too. And they need those guys to not just be really dominant over 5 innings, but they need them to get deep into games. And this is the kind of series where that's going to be tested, where Dave Roberts talked about it this week. If he has the opportunity to push his starters, Shohei Ohtani aside, deeper into games, especially with the bullpen, he's going to do it. And if they can get those kind of starts out of these guys, especially from Snell, by the way, who has not pitched against the Padres since he left, I think is kind of amped up about that opportunity. That's if the Dodgers can overcome the bullpen problems and the other things we've seen over the last 6 weeks here, it's going to be because the rotation is pitching at a level that we haven't really seen from a Dodger rotation since I don't even know when. I mean, even I guess maybe 2021 when Buehler and Scherzer were both actually getting deep into games and pitching at a Cy Young level. But that's what they're going to need. And I think that the first big test of that comes this weekend when you're at home, when your back is against the wall, when you're playing the closest thing you're going to have to must-win games in the middle of August. They got to pitch well, and they got to get deep into games and pitch at a level that kind of takes care of some of the other problems they have right now. Now, will that happen?
Is there any chance at all? I ask this. I know you're going to say no. That Shohei goes to the bullpen. I mean, if all hell breaks loose and Terrence Scott doesn't come back well, and
Not on
Hayes
a,
is bad, is there any way he can move to the bullpen?
I think the only time you would see him coming out of the bullpen this year is if it's in a clinching situation for a series or the World Series.
Just warming him up becomes too much of a problem.
Right.
Yes.
I mean, I think, right, if, again.
And I'd also need to review the two-way rule, but if you use him as a reliever, it might mess, like, that rule is designed specifically for a starting pitcher. So if you bring him in, like, it would have to be at the end of games. Because once you can't, like, insert him and then remove him and then still have him be DH. I do think the Roki Sasaki thing is kind of the interesting twist in all this. Because that's a guy who, especially maybe a shorter burst, just with where he's at right now. Like, if you're looking for that Julio Urias comparison that we were talking about last week from 2021 or 2020, that's a guy that, to me, could maybe fit that mold. Now, they're not going to bring him back in a relief role. They're going to have him come back, fill out the rotation. Emmett Sheehan will probably go to the bullpen once Sasaki comes back, assuming he can get through his rehab assignment, which I still kind of want to see it before I believe it. But they do have some options, right?
Well,
and I do think there's.
But here's the thing, though, man. It's like we've seen, right, with May, Gonsolin at some point, right? They've played around in the postseason with kind of using these guys like in shorter situations. It doesn't necessarily always kind of translate, right? And and I think with Sasaki, what's a little bit scary here is we don't know the kid's insides yet at this point, right? I mean, obviously he's got like physical talent to a degree that you're thinking, okay, this guy can one day, he might win a Cy Young Award. But we don't know, in the WBC, keep in mind, like he came in, he gave up a run, right? And I do think like he was like crying afterwards. This is not, and not to say that like, I mean, again, crying is kind of different in every culture and all that, whatever. So don't get mad at me, people in Japan. But like, we don't know how that would go, right? I would feel very uncomfortable. I mean, that's a very desperation type of move. I mean, you almost need him to come to you with that, right? I mean, you might be able to like pressure him into doing it. Like you can close, right? But like,
Well, maybe not even close. Like, I do think I would be surprised if there's not one pitcher out of the Trinan, Kopech, Scott, Yates, Vezia group, Brusdar, Gratterall, maybe. His status seems a little more up in the air than previously thought, although the team is still optimistic enough he'll be back. I do think one of those guys, and to me, Blake Trinan's probably the most likely one. Like, Trinan seems like a guy who's just rusty and hasn't pitched much this year and is dealing with arm stuff, but could still have, a good spurt, a good couple weeks that helps stabilize things at the back. Michael Kopech is the one guy. He has not pitched very much this year, but he did pitch okay.
I think the problem, though, right, is now that they're going to have to kind of trial and error their way through this thing.
Sure.
And that 9-game lead would have just been really nice.
There's only 45
to
games
allow
left.
them to do that. And now they're kind of in this position, and as they're trying to figure things out of like, okay, who can we actually go to? The Padres might run away with this thing, and now next thing you know, you're in a 3-game wild card thing. Who knows what you have to do to get through that? I mean, even if you get through it. Right, I mean, we saw again in 21, right, with that Giants series, they beat the Giants in a really exciting series, and it came back, right, the effect of that came back in the next round.
They were done. I was done. All right, well, so speaking of Sasaki, Have either of you guys ever cried at a baseball game?
When Dylan had the Padres buried in Game 4 of the 2022 NLDS
Oh, that
until
would
the
hurt.
Dodgers
Yeah.
blew it in the
Like,
seventh.
that felt like some of my finest work that was ever
Dylan
published.
has an archived story for a game that never played out the way he thought, but it's saved in his files. The little
the Padres-
orphan child's San Diego,
I
or
buried
whatever
the
you
Padres.
call
Yeah,
it.
the Padres will always be the team of the future because the future will never come.
What do you like? Read it to yourself every night, like your little lullaby to go to sleep.
I had in 2020. I had a Dodgers choke thing, a whole story written, and I filed it 10 days in a row.
Okay, here's a question that we can end on, because I'm pretty sure the last time I asked this, you both still said yes to the Dodgers winning the World Series. I mean, has that belief changed now? Have we crossed the Rubicon of this team being able to do what everybody expected they would do at the start of the year?
I think if you ask me in 10 days, I'll have a better answer for you. But that's not fair. I say right now, I think they have crossed that, whatever you call it.
The Rubicon.
Rubicon, yeah.
Wait, the last time you asked this, had the trade deadline happened already?
I don't think
Well,
Because
no,
here's the
'cause
thing.
we were
Well,
in
I'm
studio, so
gonna answer it.
No, the trade deadline.
No, for the first time ever, all season long, I don't think they can win it.
Because here's the thing: is I think that since then, like everybody else, all the other contenders, got better, right? I think they kind of smell blood a little bit. Like, okay, this team's kind of vulnerable, and they went and took care of it seemed like everybody got a reliever except the Dodgers, and that's how postseason baseball's won now. Unless we start seeing and Roberts already said yesterday that he doesn't see Ohtani going more than 5 innings. I mean, that's
in the regular
that's
season.
honestly what they would need, right? It's like
he could go. I think the door is still open for him to go more in the playoffs.
Yeah,
especially if
but if
he's only
not,
having to pitch once every.
But if his limit's been 5, he's not going to go more than 6.
So I say no, Dylan. What do you say?
Yeah, I don't see it right now. Again, right? If Trinan looks like Trinan again, and Tanner Scott comes back looking like the Tanner Scott of last year, and maybe they catch lightning in a bottle with Brusdar Graterol. Sure, I think it could happen, right? And then maybe again one of the starters, right? Maybe Sasaki can contribute in the bullpen in some way. I don't think it's totally closing that. I do think that the things that that the front office envisioned for the rotation has started to kind of materialize. I think, right, Mookie Betts is kind of back.
Ask a yes or no question. We're on word 200 over here.
I guess no. I guess I would bet no right now, though.
No.
Yeah, I would say no.
What do you say, Jack?
I'll say yes. I think they can. I think the way these next 10 days play out is they probably split.
Yeah.
I think they can take one of these series. They do have 4 games against the Rockies in the middle, so even if they dropped, even if they went 2-4, but if you gain a game or 2 during that, I think if they can come out of this within a game or 2 of the Padres.
See, I think that the Rockies games are like that. Those are games.
Okay, if you don't believe in them to,
no,
to
I'm
handle a Rockies series.
No. I'm not saying. I'm just saying that even if they win those games, those wins could come at a price where you're going to have
tax
to,
the bullpen
you
so
have
much.
to get into your bullpen.
You know how
there.
terrible the Rockies are?
Just somebody
how
has to.
terrible.
Somebody's got to
has to
pitch. Somebody's got to pitch, Jack.
Yeah, but they have the starting pitching for that.
And
they
5 innings. Okay, now you're gonna. Okay,
but
have to cover 4 innings.
those
a
are
game
the
now.
games I would actually expect them to open up big leads and be able to avoid some of the stuff. I'll say yes. I still believe in the rotation. I think going back to my Tyler Glasnow.
Yeah,
belief.
Tyler Glasnow.
And you got to go in the clubhouse every day, so you got to say yes.
No, it's better sometimes if you say no or stir things up. I was told by one player this week that I just like drama.
Of course you do.
That's what I told him. I said, the readers like drama.
Absolutely they do.
All right. Got any hot takes on the Ohtani Hawaii lawsuit?
I just think it's weird that he keeps getting involved in these things that he's not involved in. He needs to look at who he surrounds himself with. He needs to fire his agent, Nez Bello. He needs to fire his agent. because he's
That's a hot take.
Okay, so I'm
Or-
just, when we say he keeps getting
Spicy.
involved, are we just talking? There's like two things, or
Yeah.
was there another one?
Well, two things.
There's two, but two
That's two
big
for
things.
two in his Dodgers career.
Yeah, I don't know. I think they're kind of separate. They're very different situations. Right?
Yes,
I
they
mean,
Here's a trivia question. What did Dave Roberts do this week that Dylan Hernandez refuses to do and will never do? Criticize Otani. And that's our show.
Hi, I'm Angelica Coronado at LA Times Studios. Here are some of today's entertainment stories. Paramount streaming and TV platforms are jumping into the octagon after landing a $7.7 billion deal for UFC's airing rights. LA Times reporters say the 7-year deal will allow the media company to air 13 headline events and 30 fights on Paramount Plus and CBS after the UFC's contract with ESPN ends this year. Acquiring the rights is part of Skydance CEO David Ellison's goal to make the streaming platform more competitive as Paramount's new chairman. Following the merger, he says the company is prioritizing sports to help boost Paramount Plus subscriptions. In the U.S., UFC draws millions of viewers, but with this streaming deal, owner TKO Group Holdings hopes to grow its audience by shifting away from the traditional pay-per-view model. Analysts say Paramount paid more than Wall Street's estimate, which valued the sports TV rights at just under $1 billion per year. TV networks are trying to get viewers buzzing about the biggest moments in their latest productions by rolling out behind-the-scenes shows. Manuel Betancourt says every nominee for this year's Emmy nonfiction or reality series comes from this batch of shows, keeping the genre's hot streak going. HBO creative director Natalia Echeverria calls these shows the new water cooler moment that provides fans with a look behind the curtain. Echeverria is nominated as an executive producer of The White Lotus Unpacking the Episode, which is competing with BTS shows for The Last of Us, Adolescence, Hacks, and Only Murders in the Building. To read these stories and more, be sure to subscribe to the LA Times. Hi, I'm Angelica Coronado at LA Times Studios. Here are some of today's food stories. The chicken Caesar wrap is making a comeback in LA restaurants, and this time with way more flavor. Reporter Kelly Dobkin says chefs in LA have improved the dish by using higher quality ingredients and adding their own personal touch to the classic dish. Here are some of her favorite places in the city to try them out. In Larchmont, Alfalfa packs a spicy kick with hot cherry peppers, bundled in between free-range roasted chicken, croutons, Parmigiano Reggiano cheese, and house-made Calabrian Caesar dressing. Bodega Park in Silver Lake uses a baguette instead of a tortilla for their wrap. Chef Eric Park says this was necessary to hold a generous filling of the salad's ingredients, secret spice mix, and boneless fried chicken thighs. For more spots to discover unique twists on this classic dish, head to the full article. This fresh pie recipe is packed with a blueberry filling that tastes just like a Pop-Tart. Ben Mims starts by whisking flour in a large bowl with sugar, salt, and butter until it turns into a dough. Then he places it in a pie pan and throws it in the fridge. Once it's chilled and his oven is preheated to 375 degrees, he then transfers the cool pan inside and prepares the blueberry filling while it cooks. The filling is made with a 1/3 cup of blueberries, sugar, cornstarch, salt, lemon juice, and vanilla. Spoon the filling into the crust as soon as it's out of the oven, then spread a layer of whipped cream over the top to finish it off. Once your pie has cooled completely, it's ready to enjoy. This homemade dessert is guaranteed to impress every time. That's it for now. To read these stories and more, be sure to subscribe to the LA Times.
Hi, my name is Maylin from 88 Club in Beverly Hills. It is a modern Chinese restaurant with flavors of my childhood, and today I am making mung bean jelly noodles. It is currently summertime right now. It's really hot out, so what a great way to kind of cool yourself down with some jelly noodles. In the bowl here, I have the mung bean flour, aka mung bean starch, and I have some water that's gonna go into our pot. And we're gonna bring this water to a simmer. So we're pretty much making a slurry. Before the water is at a simmer, we just wanna make sure to mix this bowl again because the starch likes to settle to the bottom of the bowl. This jelly is probably gonna take about 4 to 6 hours to set. So if you're going to be making this, it's probably best to make it the day before or the night before you're going to serve it. This noodle is almost like Jell-O, if you will. So I have a bowl of ice water here. Why do I have a bowl of ice water? I like to shock my herbs whenever I pick them because I like them to be nice and crispy. I actually love using the stems of the coriander, or the cilantro rather. I think that they add incredible texture to a dish, as well as they probably have the most cilantro flavor. Almost immediately you see the starch water coming to get thicker. And once it forms bigger bubbles, we'll know that it's ready. And you can also see how some of the starch is still white and some are clear. Once it's clear, it's ready to go. So you wanna make sure that you are mixing this pretty thoroughly. You wanna make sure the starch cooks. So this is, we're gonna give it 30 more seconds. And we're just gonna let this sit out until it cools. And once it has stopped steaming, you can pretty much set it into your refrigerator to let it set the rest of the way. So back to the scallion grass. I cut them vertically and I stack them, and I'm gonna cut them vertically again. They're pretty much cutting them on the grain so they curl up. I'm gonna add that into the ice water. You're going to cut this super, super tiny into a tiny, tiny dice in what we call a brunoise. And we're just gonna mince up the cilantro stems as well. We're gonna start on the vinaigrette. We have the minced ginger and the minced cilantro in here. I'm just gonna add a few ingredients. Very simple ingredients, some that you may already have in your pantry. We have brown sugar. I'm just gonna add this to the bowl. And this is your vinaigrette. So it's pretty much ready to go. And I really like the leaves of the coriander blossoms because they're like nice and frilly. I think that they have a really intensely cilantro flavor. So I really like to use these. Actually, the very last thing that we're going to do is crush some of these Redskin peanuts. I like using the Redskin peanuts because they actually have more of a crunch than any other peanut that I've found. But we just get raw Redskin peanuts and we fry them. And they're nice and crispy. I don't know if you can hear that. I've actually gone ahead and made some of the noodles ahead of time, and I set them in a bowl. As you can see, you can do a little comparison here. Once it's set, it actually turns white again. So you can see it's a little bit bouncy. Dish, set that right on top. There you go. There we go. You want to use a little bit of force as well when grating these noodles. And last but not least, just a little bit of chili threads. And there you have it. That's our mung bean noodle dish.
Hi, I'm Chef Sang Yoon of Father's Office and the new Helms Bakery in Culver City. Today I'm gonna make one of my absolute favorite sandwiches. I don't think there's enough egg sandwiches in the world. My absolute favorite is the Japanese version of the classic egg salad sandwich, the tamago sando. However, I do still love a good deli egg sandwich. So today we may mix that up a little bit, mix sort of techniques and disciplines, and show you some of the ingredients that are kind of used as a hybrid, if you will. So this recipe doesn't have to be super exact, like some other recipes I always talk about. The most important part about this dish is the eggs themselves, the temperature of the eggs, and the timing of the eggs really has to be super precise. First thing you want to do is use farm fresh eggs that are at room temperature. You can't pull these from the fridge and just stick them in the water. Bring these down, probably 10 minutes outside. Get your water boiling very, very hot. In this sandwich, we're gonna use two different textures of eggs. One will be cooked a little bit longer, 10 minutes, the traditional hard-boiled, and then we're gonna use a slightly softer version, an 8-minute egg. I think this is a non-negotiable. I think you have to start with the boiling water. It's a lot more precise. If you add eggs to cold water and then the boil starts, there's so many variables. There are things like, you know, the stove itself, how much water, the ratio of the eggs to the water, just way too many variables. Once the water's boiling, you're gonna get more consistent results, so that's my method. At Helms, we make a sandwich that you may see in a convenience store in Japan. It's become such a global hit. It's a great travel sandwich. It's got tons of protein, they're delicious, and the bread, it's so soft. People love white bread. I just think it makes you feel like a kid. It's something I've eaten as a child, and I still eat them today. One thing we have to be careful about when we're boiling these eggs is not to overcrowd. If we're making a lot of these, we need to use a bigger pot because we don't want the eggs slamming into each other. They are rather delicate, and we did introduce them to boiling water, so make sure they have some separation space. They come out. Now, I don't use a ton of ice because actually I don't want these to be cold. We just want to remove some heat, so allow some of the heat to come off of the eggs. My technique goes like this. So one of the difficulties in peeling an egg is that when we break it, these will break into very large pieces. So think of mosaic tile. Sometimes when you buy mosaic tile, there's like a fabric or a mesh behind it, and what that allows it to do is let the little teeny tile pieces stick. So we're creating kind of a mosaic tile. So if you use the back of a spoon and rapidly just rotate the egg in your hand, what you end up doing is you end up creating very teeny little pieces of shell that are still attached to the backing, the membrane. And you're trying to not have that membrane work against you. You're trying to actually utilize that membrane. The nice part is when the pieces of shell are rather small, it can help in not damaging the outer, the white of the egg. So this is kind of what you're trying to do. You're trying to see that membrane is pulling all of those little teeny shell pieces off with you. Okay, so you gotta work quickly. We don't want these to get hardened and cold. Okay, now we'll move on to the slightly undercooked egg, the 8-minute egg. And the difference in time is just what's gonna happen to the yolk. The white in an 8-minute cooked egg is a little more tender than a 10-minute egg, but the real difference you're gonna see is the texture of the yolk itself. It should have a touch of like liquidity to it. Okay, so I can already feel this egg. As soon as I hold it in my hand, I can actually feel that this yolk is not set completely, which is what we want. You can feel it, almost like how you touch a steak, you can tell the doneness. So let's make egg salad. And all you wanna do is make sure that there's not a lot of moisture on the whites. You can just kind of roll them around on a paper towel like this. You wanna let them just cool down, almost like resting a piece of meat. Now, at this stage, there's a million ways to do this. You can use egg slicers, you can just chop it. I've seen people put this in a food processor. It depends on the texture you're trying to end up with. I like a cross between creamy and chunky. I mean, you do both. I'm just gonna chop mine. Okay, so look at this egg. You can see the color is still really vibrant. You can see that it hasn't dried out. The egg is not chalky. That's the number one thing that we're trying to guard against, that chalky, dry egg, that crumbly yolk. All I'm gonna do is just cut these in half. And we'll do this a little chunky style. My version of the egg salad sandwich is definitely a hybrid between, the LA Jewish deli and Japanese convenience store, because there's a little bit of the DNA of both here. I don't really stick strictly to either recipe. They are quite different. Yeah, I definitely use a little bit of both. The way the dressing starts in Japanese egg salad, which brings me to my first non-negotiable here, is Japanese mayonnaise, the Kewpie. It's every chef's favorite mayonnaise. The Japanese mayonnaise is a pure egg yolk, and there might be a little MSG in it. I don't know why I whisper when I say that. I should say it loud and proud, because really MSG has been proven for so long that there's nothing wrong with it. It's not something that's gonna hurt you. But that little touch of umami that the Japanese mayonnaise has, it lengthens flavor. I always try to explain what MSG does to food, and it's hard to explain in words because it doesn't necessarily change the flavor, and it's different than salt and sugar, but it has characteristics of both salt and sugar, which is a really perplexing idea. But I always say, whatever thing you're tasting, it's gonna feel more like it, and it's gonna give it like stretch. It's gonna make the flavor last longer. And the MSG reacts differently to different ingredients because it's still sodium, it's still a salt molecule. That's starting to look really good. Yeah, that's perfect. We're gonna take the 8-minute eggs. The 8-minute eggs are softer. They are that jammy, and you can feel this from the outside of the egg. It's a little almost liquidy, but come on, that's perfect, right? Legitimately perfect. On these sandwiches, what you wanna do is put an egg cut side down right on top of the egg salad. Ever so gentle season just right on top of the eggs. Just paste the top. And then when the other side of the bread comes down, it's gonna give it something to like stick to. Now, to get the maximum aesthetic impact, we want to cut this sandwich right down the middle. We want to go right between, split that egg half. Important to have a sharp serrated knife because we don't want to push on this, we don't want to disturb it, we don't want to squish it. Who's gonna have a bite? This is a really good one.
Hello, everyone. My name is Michelle Munoz. I'm one of the chefs and co-owners at Moose Craft Barbecue in Lincoln Heights, California.
And I'm Andrew Munoz, co-owner of Moose Craft Barbecue. Our restaurant is a Texas-style barbecue restaurant in Los Angeles, which is pretty crazy considering what it takes to do Texas-style barbecue in LA with the smokers that we have and everything that we have to go through to do it.
We also incorporate a lot of our Angelino culture. Andrew and I are both born and raised here in Los Angeles, and we fell in love with this style of barbecue because growing up we couldn't find it in LA. So today we're going to make a beef rib. We prepare these at the restaurant as a special on Saturdays.
Yeah, it's our Saturday special. We can't make enough of them. We're going to put our spin on it because a beef rib is just a beef rib, but we're going to make tacos out of it at the end.
Yeah, we realize not everybody has a smoker. It's not as accessible to everybody, and it's very labor intensive. But what we do know is that at home everybody has an oven, and you can still make an incredible beef rib at home in your oven, and we want to show you today how to do that.
Very, very traditional, basic Texas-style barbecue rub is salt and pepper. For home, not in a smoker, in an oven, we're going to put things like smoked paprika, guajillos, some cumin, some oregano, just to kind of give you those earthy, smoky notes that you would get from a smoker. So we're going to recreate that, and yes, you can get a bark doing a beef rib in the oven. I'll show you. Yeah.
Yes, you can.
In the oven, it's a little bit different, so you kind of want to clean it a little bit this way. It renders down also so that you can get the rub kind of penetrating into the meat. We'll set this aside, let it come up to kind of a nice room temperature. We'll work on a spice rub, and then we'll put it on there and pop it in the oven. We're going to start with our anchovies and our guajillos, and we've already preheated this, so you want to get it warm but not ripping hot. You just kind of want to be able to throw your chilies on there. But before we're going to do that, we're just going to take the stems off and take some of these seeds out. You don't really need them.
Want to toast them, start already smelling
that,
those chilies, that smoke coming through. Do you want to be really careful not to do them on very, very high heat because, chilies are delicate and you don't want to burn them.
They also blend up a little bit better. They're already dehydrated, but toasting them dries them out just a little bit more, so when you pop them in a blender, you'll get a nicer seasoning with it. So we're going to use this little spice blender. And first we'll start with our...
Rip them.
Yeah, we'll rip them up so that they fit in here. But you see, they dried out a little bit, so they're a little bit more crunchy. All right, perfect. So now let's do the other chili.
Guajillos.
The guajillos.
These were the anchos.
Mm-hmm.
Now we're doing a guajillo.
The way we want to approach it, though, is always start from the bottom because it's not your presentation side. So you'll get your shaker and then start high. So the higher you start, the more even your rub goes. If you start down here, it's going to be splotchy and uneven. And you don't really need too much on there. This is going to render down. You're not going to eat it, but it's just nice to season all sides. And we'll start with your sides next. Just kind of get a nice little even rub on there. You do all your sides, and then you'll finish with the top. And then you don't want to rub the dry rub in, you just kind of want to pat it just to make sure it sticks. So now that this is seasoned, dry rubbed, you'll want to pop this in your fridge for 4 hours, kind of let your dry rub penetrate into the meat, give it a little bit more flavor. And in an ideal setting, 24 hours. You have 24 hours in the space to put this in your refrigerator. But if you didn't prep or plan it out with enough time, you can easily just put it pop it in the oven after a couple of hours. Just kind of let it set a little bit.
So we are going to make a fire roasted salsa to go with the beef rib. To go with the beef rib, I like to use something that is a salsa that's a little bit more tangy and acidic because the beef rib is so rich and fatty. So for that, we're gonna use some tomatillos and we are going to roast them. We're just gonna place them in here. I'm gonna try to maybe fill up this pan, because you know what, it's a lot of beef rib. And what I'm looking for here is just to get them a nice char all around the edges, but you wanna be careful with them. I don't want them to burst. This is about what we're looking for. It went from that bright green to now it's charred all the way around. Let's add on some serrano. Everybody likes spicy, right? Everybody like a little bit of heat. That's pretty good. Consistency that we want. Just give it a few pulses.
Even in an oven, you get that nice, like, barky finish that you would get in a smoker. The only thing you might be missing is like that smoke ring, that red kind of ring that runs on the inside that adds zero flavor. Is just it's a chemical reaction that happens at a certain temperature. So what you're looking for, if you have a probe, you're kind of just probing through it to check for doneness. If you kind of can go through without a lot of resistance, if you're not getting a lot of pushback, then you know it's done. Also, if you don't have a Thermopin or a probe thermometer handy, you can just press it and you can kind of push into it and you'll notice it doesn't bounce back so quickly. So that's a good way to feel that it's done, and then it's also very pliable. I think that's pretty good. And we'll kind of just cut right into this. That's pretty much it. And then you'll take it apart and you'll get like a nice little short rib right there.
Just to wake it up a little bit more, I like to go with just a little drizzle of either some lime or some lemon.
I'm Angelica Coronado at LA Times Studios. Here are some of today's food stories. The Chicken Caesar wrap is making a comeback in LA restaurants, and this time with way more flavor. Reporter Kelly Dobkin says chefs in LA have improved the dish by using higher quality ingredients and adding their own personal touch to the classic dish. Here are some of her favorite places in the city to try them out. In Larchmont, Alfalfa packs a spicy kick with hot cherry peppers, bundled in between free-range roasted chicken, croutons, Parmigiano Reggiano cheese, and house-made Calabrian Caesar dressing. Bodega Park in Silver Lake uses a baguette instead of a tortilla for their wrap. Chef Eric Park says this was necessary to hold a generous filling of the salad's ingredients, secret spice mix, and boneless fried chicken thighs. For more spots to discover unique twists on this classic dish, head to the full article. This fresh pie recipe is packed with a blueberry filling that tastes just like a Pop-Tart. Ben Mims starts by whisking flour in a large bowl with sugar, salt, and butter until it turns into a dough. Then he places it in a pie pan and throws it in the fridge. Once it's chilled and his oven is preheated to 375 degrees, he then transfers the cool pan inside and prepares the blueberry filling while it cooks. The filling is made with a third cup of blueberries, sugar, cornstarch, salt, lemon juice, and vanilla. Spoon the filling into the crust as soon as it's out of the oven, then spread a layer of whipped cream over the top to finish it off. Once your pie has cooled completely, it's ready to enjoy. This homemade dessert is guaranteed to impress every time. That's it for now. To read these stories and more, be sure to subscribe to the LA Times.
Jim, my husband, drove up and called me and said it was gone. Not a fire truck in sight. I didn't cry until about 48 hours later, and I had one big cry over the house, and that was it.
So we evacuated at 7:30 p.m. and had been tipped off to a map that was showing the properties that had burned. And so throughout the night, we were refreshing our phones from a friend's house where we were staying. And I was like in a daze the entire night of like just kind of this in and out of sleep, nightmare-y state. But the whole night, I was under the impression that my house had somehow, by the graces of God, gotten skipped because of this map. And when we woke up in the morning, my husband wanted to go to the house just to like triple check and confirm. And so, like you, he got in the car and drove nervously up there. And I got a call about 30 minutes later where he was just in tears. My home was also my place of work in my home kitchen. It was sort of like the heart of the home. We called it the great room.
I had a little 1,000-square-foot house, and when Jim and I married, that was fine for a while. And then he began to bake bread. And very shortly, my little kitchen, it was an open kitchen into the living room and the dining area, everything was covered with bread glue. And I was like, we need a bigger kitchen. And at first I thought, let's just pop it out like 7 feet. That turned into 17, turned into 23. And before we knew it, we'd had designed a great big freestanding kitchen. I'm short, so no overhead cabinets. And in the place of overhead cabinets, we had windows. One of the things that I wanted in the kitchen was a sofa. And so we had this beautiful long window seat with big welted cushions, and every morning we would wake up and drink our tea and coffee there with the dog and look out into the garden and get ready for the day.
We had also a sitting area which was right off the kitchen, which is where we would start the day. And my husband's a furniture designer, so all of it was his furniture. We had a built-in couch, the first coffee table he ever made, and then a chaise lounge, which didn't really have a use until I had my son 10 months ago and became the perfect place to nurse. And it was just kind of a perfect place for us.
I rebelled. I didn't cook. I didn't cook for 2 months. I cooked like 2 dinners, and it was the same dinner where I just have a bunch of cherry tomatoes and stick them in on a sheet pan, boil some pasta, and that was it. I mean, I say I wasn't traumatized, but it really was a blur.
Mm-hmm. I didn't cook for a while either. It was takeout of some kind for the first 2 weeks, I think. And then the first moment that I got back into the kitchen was to finish working on a recipe that I had started at my house, which was the recipe I was working on the day of the fires, which was a recipe for a burnt bass quiche. The kind of ironic thing about it is that one of the last things that I said in the house before I left to the woman, Nora, who works with me in the kitchen, as I pulled it out of the oven, I said to her, damn, I just wish it were a little more burnt. Because it just wasn't as dark as I wanted it, and I had this vision of a really burnished exterior on this quiche. And so the quiche got burnt, but that felt like the right first thing to cook, and it was really comforting and really cathartic, and I made everyone else leave the kitchen, and I was like, I'm cooking, but I need to be alone and in this by myself.
Somebody once said to me, this is the worst thing that's ever happened to you, and I'm like, no, it's not. You know, the loss of people that I've loved, some bad breakups in my youth, Now, those were bad. This was bad too, but it's not the worst thing.
People say like, oh my God, you lost everything. And that's not really an accurate description. We lost all of the physical things, but it sort of just highlights what you do have, which is like your relationships and your community. And that becomes the most important thing in the world. Like my friends and my family and the people who are holding me in all of this are everything to me right now. And all of the kind of bullshit just like washes away, and you learn and understand like that living is actually about like humanity and people, and the rest can burn down and you're going to be okay.
Hi, I'm Avner Levi from Cento Pasta Bar and Cento Raw Bar, and today we're going to be doing chilled hamachi crudo with jalapeno vinaigrette and some farmer's market cherries. And this is how we butcher a hamachi loin. All right, so this is our half of a hamachi, and so I like to dry it down really nicely. There's like this little fin on the bottom, and I'll just go right under it. I want to get as much yield as I can of meat, and then from here I'll go under the side and go up. And then again, I'm just shaving along the side, and really there's not a lot of waste. Then I'll take off the belly bones, and I go 2 by 2. I mean, everybody could do it their own way. I go 2 by 2. I feel like, again, the yield is much better, and I have cleaner cuts. I'll take off the tip of the belly. I just find that it's not perfect for sashimi. I don't like it. And then I'll separate the two loins. I'll just toss this. This has like the bloodline. Just take the skin off, super easy, sharp knife. Just let the knife do all the work. Like as you can see, I don't like the red. It tastes a little irony, so I'll just take that off. Okay, so now that we've butchered our fish, or you've bought your fish from a local market or seafood shop, this is how I cure it. Super easy. Regular kosher salt, not iodized salt. And I just make sure I cover every square inch. Pack it down if you want. I'll put a timer for an hour and a half, cover it with plastic, and your money. So I wanted something a little that had a little kick to it. Jalapenos and citrus work really well together for me personally. I think when I go get Mexican food, I like spicy and I like acidity. And so I wanted something to complement that. The cherries I was at the market and I love cherries and I thought they looked really pretty. And the purple with the green, I just thought they were really pretty. So for the broth, we have to get to juicing. I do 2 parts lemon, 2 parts lime, and then 1 part orange. So what I like to do is strain out the juice. There really isn't a lot of pulp, but I mean, it's better to have a cleaner product. You could do any stone fruit. I do cherries, you could do apricots, you could do plums. So this is Thai basil. I like Thai basil on this. Again, everything is just super floral. I use the smaller leaves that are like sprouting. I find that it doesn't overpower the fish. It's a better mouthfeel, you know, small piece of fish. Instead of having the same size piece of basil, you just have a smaller one. It complements the fish instead of overpowers it. The fish is done curing. The texture now should be a little tighter. That's why I cure it. I want it to be a little tighter. It releases a little bit of its moisture. And now I think the flavor comes through a little more also. I think it's not well seasoned, but it's got a hint of seasoning, which is really nice. I like to go maybe 1/4 inch. So before I plate, this is one little thing that I do that I think really adds a lot of flavor and complexity, not complexity, but a lot of like a level of flavor that's really nice. I'll lay out all my fish, nothing crazy. Then I hit it with some lime zest. So every piece of fish has this really nice lime flavor, but it's not juice, it's not acidic, it's just floral, and it just adds a level of depth that I think works really well. A little finishing salt, just a little bit. There's no wrong or right way, but I like height. One more thing is I like to have a chilled plate. So pop your plate in the freezer for maybe 7-10 minutes. And then some really nice olive oil and we're all set.
Hi, I'm Angelica Coronado with LA Times Studios. Here are some of today's business headlines. President Trump's unusual deal with NVIDIA and AMD, which lets both companies sell chips to China in exchange for a 15% cut, is raising concerns. Reporter Queenie Wong says the Constitution bars the government from collecting taxes on exports, but experts believe Trump is seeking to bypass this exemption. According to Bernstein Research, this move could earn the U.S. $3 billion if Chinese demand for NVIDIA's chips continues to rise. Trump previously blocked chip sales to China because of national security concerns. Now that the president has signaled he's open to striking deals that ease restrictions, politicians are criticizing it. Representative Raja Krishnamurthy says the government can't put a price on security concerns because it indicates that U.S. defense can be broken down if the price is right. OpenAI CEO Sam Altman had been talking up the company's latest GPT model for months, but when it finally dropped, some users weren't impressed. Emily Forgash reports that according to OpenAI, GPT-5 is better than its predecessor at coding and solving complex problems. Users put this to the test with a simple query: how many times does the letter B appear in Blueberry? The model said 3. Altman says these logic gaps were caused by a broken feature that should have let the program choose between OpenAI's models with stronger reasoning abilities. Developer Sam Willison, who had early access to the model, says it's occasionally impressive and competent. Bentley University math professor Noah Ginsirakusa called the launch underwhelming with only minor improvements compared to the previous GPT. Make sure to subscribe to the LA Times for these stories and more.
as I call you. How would you like to be described? Because you've been a solo artist, you've been part of a band, you've been a producer, a songwriter, a tech visionary, an entrepreneur, an innovator, an investor, a philanthropist, an educator, a community activist, an actor, film and television, a fashionista, a designer, an academic. You went to Harvard. That's one thing we share. And disruptor and influencer. How would you want to be described?
Ambitious, audacious, curious, and hyper imaginative. Because with all those descriptions, really is what drives why I try to do as much as I can with the hours awake.
But if there was one word to describe you, what would you just say? Would you use the word curious?
Will.
Okay, will.
Not the name.
Not the name.
The action. The verb.
Okay, the strength of will.
Will.
Okay.
It's not
right.
Yeah.
Now,
just turns out I got will.
Okay, will by name and will by nature. All right. Okay, now let's get into the AI stuff. How do you see? You mentioned in relation to your brother Marvin that it's making great changes. We touched on Google. Tomorrow we're going to be talking about a company called Luma. We've invested in Runway, and on Thursday we're going to have a session in the Palais with Runway and the Chinese or Asian equivalent, Minimax. So obviously it's affecting video and film in huge ways, but what are the areas of AI that you're focused on? I mean, it's a very broad canvas, and just tell us what your curiosity and your will takes you to in the AI area. I mean, what are you focused on?
So I've been working in the AI space. That's one of the reasons why, the music. So from 1995 to 2005, all I focused on was making music. From 2005 to 2015, half of that was on music. From 2012, I've been working in the AI space. I created a company, sold.
What sucked you in 2012? 2012 was the year that Matt Britton talks about being with Eric Schmidt at the Olympic Games in London, and AI recognized a cat for the very first time. They bought DeepMind in 2014.
Yeah.
Was that what sort of caught your attention, or what?
No. Professor Patrick Winston at MIT, every time Black Eyed Peas would go to Boston, I would sit in Professor Patrick Winston's class from 2006, 7, 8, 9, 10. And being in those classes, just adjacent to the work that people were learning about, I was inspired. And I told myself whenever I get some disposable income that I wanted to work in that space. So in 2012, I started an AI company. By 2013, we got invested in by Selena Chow from Horizon Ventures. That's how I met Demis in 2013 from DeepMind. And I started networking in that field. I invested in a lot of these companies early on, like OpenAI early on, Anthropic, Hugging Face, Runway, but not through a fund, just me going out, like, yo, let me invest. And so I'm in the AI space for conversational AI and representation for urban communities. Because of the data biases, algorithmic biases, we tried our hardest to emphasize, empathy in the models, because if AI is going to be harmful to humanity, it's because of our data practices and social media and how inhumane we have been to one another, and how insensitive we have been to people's differences. And because of lack of preparation or investment in certain communities, we are not the ones that are, inputting data or training the algorithms ourselves. So we try our hardest to balance that curve with our conversational.
So you mentioned a large number of companies that you've invested in. What drew you to them? The people that founded them, their backgrounds, the areas that they were focused on, like video or film or whatever, or what?
Well, let's take Runway. They were the ones that early on had some pretty impressive experiences that you can do with their product. So I reached out on direct message Runway.
You just sent a note to Cristobal and said, "How about it?"
Yeah.
Okay.
And then got in that round. I think it was their just
an early round.
Yeah.
It's now a $3 billion valuation.
Yeah. So
in
that
the
was
latest round.
Super early when I got into that. Is OpenAI was something similar. They sent me a model back in 2018 to play with. And then when Dario left, I asked him if I could invest in Anthropic. Hugging Face with Clem, just the open source market, just hunted that down as well. So, yeah, I love the solutions that they're bringing and the problems that they identified.
Now, you talked about, obviously, companies that you successfully... Have there been any failures?
Yeah, big time. There's this one, some guy came up to me, he's like, yo, we're going to mine the moon. He's like, it's a quadrillion dollar investment. You should invest in this moon exploration. It came from X Prize. So Singularity University has this X Prize, and they identified this moon exploration. I invested in that. That didn't work out. But yeah, there's a couple that didn't work.
Any further other ones you wanted to let us into apart from the unsuccessful moon one?
So with success, sometimes when you have success, it could blind you from the world that's unfolding. So in one case, a guy by the name of Ron Conway is like, "Hey, Will, I need you to meet this guy named Brian. They're about to launch this new product. They have $200,000 open in the round. You should feel it." And at the time, in 2008, 2009, $200,000 was a lot of money for me to just shell out to a company. So I was like asking questions. So like I asked a question, "Hey, do you guys got concierge when this product you're about to launch?" He's like, no concierge. "What about room service? Did somebody come make up the room?" He's like, "No." "Or what about 24-hour room service? Somebody's gonna bring you food?" He's like, "No." I'm like, man. And at the time, Black Eyed Peas, we're touring the best hotels, the best like villas. So I couldn't see it. So after the meeting, Ron's like, "So you gonna invest in this company?" "Well, they launch in a couple of months." I was like, "I don't know. I don't think Airbnb is gonna work, bro." So all the time I see Brian Chesky, I'm like, "Yo, so what would my $200,000 be worth right now?" He's like, "Well, that would be worth about $5 billion." So that's the one I lost. I missed out on.
That's the one that got away from you. So you just touched on a minute or so ago on the ethical issues or social issues around AI. So tell me what worries you about AI? I mean, obviously bad actors, inevitably. Do you think we've gone past the point of no return? Do you worry about machines becoming more powerful than people? Or more knowledgeable than people or not?
Does a calculator calculate faster than any mathematician? Wait, well, did that slow down human freaking ingenuity to want to calculate and make stuff? No. Nope, sure hasn't. Does a drummer hit harder than a drum machine? Nope. Does that stop drummers to want to freaking produce and do it all rather than just play the fucking drums? No. So the idea that technology is going to slow down human drive or like cripple their freaking ambitions, that's coming from folks that were always insecure. That's always from the perspective of somebody that feels like, they walk into a room, a musician walks into a room and Prince is there, and they're like, Prince is here, fuck, I'm going home. There's some musicians that are like, oh, Prince is here? Ooh, let me show you how awesome I am. And or there's always going to be someone better than you. That better than you should inspire you to be better.
Well, that's not quite the point. That's about employment or impact on employment. What I'm talking about is, for example, when at one of the conferences I was at recently, there was a Swiss investor who had had several careers in a way like you, and had been studying the impact of AI since about 2012, same time as you. And he was extremely concerned about the power of AI and the fact that machines would become more powerful, effective than human beings. Do you worry about that at all, or you're saying you think that human creativity and the human mind will always be superior?
All right, let's look out in the world. There's cars whizzing by. Powerful motors that move faster than human beings' legs. And you can't look at the world that way. There's birds that are just whizzing by. Nature. Natural, organic, sentient beings that are just whizzing by. And we looked at them and like, wow, look at that freaking dragonfly. We studied it, made a helicopter. So you're saying now that we just stop because we created something that's freaking awesome now? All those other things that we marvel at, we didn't create. So now we're supposed to stop and get shrunk because of something we created? No, bro, that's not the way it is. That's not humanity. That's not what drives us. We made that. And we need to, it's going to be awesome. It's going to be detrimental because of our greed. It's going to be detrimental because we're inhumane to humans. So it's going to be reflecting us. So right now is a moment for us to really, truly usher in a human age. This is the time for us to gather our hearts, our empathy, our care, and our love. Because it's just going to be a reflection of just how brutal we have been to one another.
Okay, let me ask you another, which is probably a difficult question. The big investments that are being made in AI, and you've touched on some of them, are being made by the Mag 7 or the MAGA 7, I guess, as we now call it in Trump 2.0. And those companies are investing something like $500 billion a year on AI, and they have the two attributes that you need in the AI world, which is data and distribution. Are you worried about the concentration of power and influence amongst those companies? And let's throw in Alibaba and Tencent from a Chinese point of view as well, or not? Do you see the entrepreneur being squeezed out as a result, or not?
No. Not in my. These models are going to get smaller and smaller and more powerful. Data will be not the only driving force for the system moving forward. It will be democratized to a point where tomorrow's entrepreneur will be able to compete with the giants. It's why Amazon became Amazon. It's why Apple became Apple. When Apple, the reason why it's Think Different is because IBM was Think. And they were the giant. They were the big company that was, backed by governments and used by the biggest corporations in the world. And here comes a guy that's like, hey, we could do it differently. And that is still going to be. And the moment that we put that out there, then we're trying to write that as that's the way it's going to become and always will be. Nah, fuck that. There will always be what the French taught us, and that is after they said, let them eat cake. Humans will always revolt against, the system, the David and the Goliath. What you're pointing as like Goliath. Fuck that. There will always be a slingshot. There will always be an Achilles heel. There will always be the point where humans can connect heart to heart, and decide on what we, cherish. We don't have to use the system that the giants put out.
Yeah.
Just
Okay.
because they have the data that was collected that we gave doesn't mean that we are the ones that are going to use that. There's going to be other solutions. That's why Hugging Face is Hugging Face.
Okay.
That's why open source is open source.
Right. Now, you've invested heavily in the US with FYI.ai. Have you invested outside the US in, for example, Asian companies or European companies or elsewhere, or Middle Eastern companies, or not?
I've invested in Asian companies. Shenzhen's an amazing place.
Mm-hmm.
It's the place. I wish there was a Shenzhen in America.
In what way do you mean? I mean, Silicon Valley is not Shenzhen in your mind? Mm-hmm.
Shenzhen is physical shit.
Mm-hmm.
Silicon Valley is ghost vapor shit. You want to make some hardware shit? That's over there in Shenzhen. So put it this way.
So you're agreeing with Donald Trump. You want manufacturing back in America?
France needs manufacturing. Spain needs manufacturing. The whole world needs to be able to make stuff like they used to make stuff. Like, we've led with greed. Lead with greed has been so lopsided that countries that used to make things no longer make things. And so that has to change. But Shenzhen is freaking amazing. So there's a factory that I invested in Shenzhen that makes amazing headphones and speakers and, gadgets. It's amazing to go there and make things.
This is a competitor to Beats because you invested in Beats originally.
No, Beats wasn't a factory.
Yeah.
So once I found out, like, yo, wait. What? You guys make all this shit for other companies? You guys taking investments? So I invested in a factory. Why not? They're making awesome products. And
anything you invested? Anything else in China you invested in?
No, just the factory.
India at all?
Shenzhen, bro, is amazing place.
Okay.
If I could find something, yes. If you know something I should invest in, let me know. You got answer, Martin. Tell me where to go.
So let's get philosophical. Does it worry you the state of relationships between the U.S. and China?
Yeah, you should worry about a lot of things when you see, like, that doesn't sound collaborative. The collaboration is what makes the world go round.
Right.
This device here, the way the world is configured, get an Uber, get some food delivered to you. That reality of how we live right now would not have happened if Apple didn't collaborate with China and Taiwan. So if you want to point out the bad stuff, yeah, point out the bad stuff. How about we point out the good stuff? When people collaborate and good things come from it. Apple has proven that, hey, this is what happens when you have awesome collaboration. The world is a lot better. We communicate a lot better because of that. And then you have malpractices with data abuse and privacy infringement and civil liberties because of that as well. Not because of Apple's practice, but other companies leading with greed. So let's point out the good collaborations, because if you just spend all your time talking about the bad stuff, then the bad stuff is the only thing that we're going to be hypnotized about and fearful of. I like optimism. I like leading by example and being like, yo, look, let's follow. And then those that don't, shame on you for not following suit. You're playing out a key. Get out of our band. Okay. You're playing out a key. Get out of the orchestra. You want people that tune their instrument to make beautiful music. What you just pointed out was like, hey, that motherfucker ain't playing the violin right. Why the fuck is that motherfucker in the orchestra in the first place?
Okay. So we're here at Cannes. Cannes is meant to be, it's become very much more a tech festival, data orientated than it used to be, but it is at its heart a creative festival. We'll have the awards on Friday night, although increasingly it's being concertinaed around Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. Many people don't stay for the Friday night awards and the award ceremonies. Having said that, what do you see as the sort of connection between AI and the creative industries? Do you see AI as being a threat to creative, or do you see it as being a stimulus to creative? Is this, one of the big questions that's surrounding Cannes this year is, will AI kill the advertising industry in its current form, or is it going to herald a new golden era? I tend to be in the latter category because we're a disruptor rather like yourself. But how do you see it?
First, when you say creative, I would then ask, what type of creative?
I'm talking primarily about the advertising and marketing industry.
So then I would say, what do you mean by marketing? Do you mean like paying attention to the marketplace? Because if you're only paying attention to the marketplace and making adverts to market for sales, that has been abusive. For example, we've marketed the worst food possible and people's health, but the 8 billion people plus that we have on the planet, this is the time that humanity is the least healthy. So what good was marketing there? And so all the marketing is awesome. They also bring awesome products to the fold that we go out and consume. But the larger part, maybe marketing isn't the practice moving forward. Maybe it's community. Maybe it's the idea of bringing products into the community that allows people to thrive and have live healthier lives. Because if it's marketing for marketing's sake, that hasn't really turned out to be the best for human sake. That's great for capital, that's great for finance, but I say people over money and not money over people. And in the age of AI, we're going to get, let's hope that AI does not borrow from our marketing practices, because that means a product will then be able to sell itself, market itself, create its own advertising commercials by itself, to get you hooked on dopamine and then hooked on that. That's a bad fucking combination, Sir Martin. So in the case of marketing, we need to change how we care about our community and the people that live in them, because AI will borrow from our practice, and that's not good. And that's everything that you've been talking about, but more importantly, it's just going to mimic our greed and our thirst for power.
All right. Now, your crew are asking me to wind down but I want to ask you this. How much do you rely on sort of intuition and gut feeling, and human intuition? Or how much you rely on that rather than when a creative director perhaps suggests a different path? I mean, how do you look at that?
Well, I usually am my own creative director. The things I create, if I do a commercial, I've either led the commercial or contributed to the commercial. I pitch ideas to companies. I very rarely rock with a company that tries to recruit with an already baked campaign. I follow my gut and try to heighten that skill of intuition. These systems are going to be hyper predictive. They're going to reason amazing. So that human skill, really sharpening that skill is what we all need to do and practice that human intuition, that gut feeling. We don't even know, there's not even a place you could go to. They don't even teach that in freaking school, bro. If you think about it. Like, ask anybody under 30, what are you going to school for? And if they say, I'm going to school for intuition knowledge, that ain't at fucking Harvard, bro. That ain't at Yale. That ain't at Stanford. To really sharpen your human, intuitive, or spidey senses. There's not a course on that.
But that comes from your mum, doesn't it?
That comes from love.
Your mum.
It comes from your mom, if you're lucky and blessed to have that. But then you could also obtain that, if you don't, by really, truly, listening to the world And you practice listening to the world by listening to how people, what they say in their actions, what they say in between the lines, and pattern match. Like, you know, we have this neural network that the AI is based off of. There's parasites and viruses. We fought. Like, humanity's fucking dope. And how dare we think that the thing that we create is going to be doper than us? It's not.
Okay, so final question.
We don't even utilize the full potential of our shit right. If you actually think about it. It's not like, hey, you're 50 years old, I'm 50. Right? I'm glad I went to Harvard. But I wish I could go to a school that's like expansiveness on...
Like what? Like which school? Singularity or what?
No. The school doesn't exist. Spiritual growth doesn't exist. And we're all like, we're here, media, we're talking about like, aren't you afraid of AI? Did you see the Terminator? I'm like, okay, your imagination is super small because there's also other movies like Star Wars. But in Star Wars, Terminator is never going to exist because capitalism wouldn't allow Terminator to exist. That's one company, one freaking architecture. And that's not the way humanity is and society is right now. It's going to probably look more like Star Wars, where there's multiple robots, multiple AIs, and a Jedi. So what isn't in Terminator is a fucking Jedi. Humans are like this weak, panicked to the robots it made. But in Star Wars, humans made the robots. And then there's this other superhuman called a fucking Jedi.
Okay, so they all came to see you.
Who?
This lot.
Oh, yeah, what's up? Sorry.
They came to see you.
I thought we were talking about Jedi, bro. The Jedis came to see me because my fucking outfit? Oh, shit.
So they all came to see you, not just because of your outfit, but because of what advice you were giving them. So final question is, what advice would you give to the next generation about what they should do, what they should focus on, what they should learn, what should they concentrate on?
Dive into Hugging Face. Put teams together to take open source platforms and fine tune these platforms, whether they're TTSs, LLMs, ASRs, other ones like SSMs coming around the corner, and compete with the giants. They think we're just the customers. They think you're just going to market their shit. Fuck that. Right now is the time. There's not 5 years from now. That'll be too late. Right now. Right? Don't be like afraid that, oh, it's $1 trillion. Yeah. They spend $1 trillion like you spend money on M&Ms. That money is not as powerful as your heart and your love and our passions. So surround yourself with engineers, and if you don't, be your own engineer. The technology from idea to text, idea to ideation, and materialization with text to code, yeah, surround yourself. There's awesome tech like Lovable and Cursive. Like, arm yourself with the ability to take an idea and make it real. That's the movement. You have between now and 2030. And if we all can go here and tell your nieces, your nephews, your daughters to jump on board, that is the movement.
Okay, and I want to ask you one final question. But the crew are getting very antsy. Your mum is the prime, looking at your, I Gemini'd you, and your mum comes out as being the primary influence in your life. If your mother was here and I asked the question about what advice she gave you, what advice did she give you?
She would say things like, Willie, what you doing? Nothing. Boy, get your butt over here. What, Ma? What'd I tell you about saying nothing? Even if you were sitting down breathing, you say I'm sitting down breathing. You're never doing nothing. So make sure that whatever's in your mind, you're able to explain it precisely. You are the assembly of words. Equip yourself with a vocabulary to be able to explain exactly what's on your mind and never say nothing, because you're never doing nothing.
So always active, always curious, always driven.
Aren't we all?
Not everybody.
Everybody is. They just don't take the action. It's in their heads. Everyone, just for you to sit here and be like, people don't think and dream, they do. Everyone's creative. Every single person has a dream and a problem they want to solve, even if that creativity is to make sure their kids are okay. Not everything is some big moonshot to make $1 trillion, Sir Martin. Some things are just to make sure my kids and my family are all right. That's a big idea, actually. If that wasn't the case, I wouldn't be me. So thank you, Ma, for designing me and treating me like a precious iPhone, and you are the Apple to this product.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, will.i.am.
I'm Angelica Coronado with LA Times Studios. Here are some of today's business headlines. President Trump's unusual deal with NVIDIA and AMD, which lets both companies sell chips to China in exchange for a 15% cut, is raising concerns. Reporter Queenie Wong says the Constitution bars the government from collecting taxes on exports, but experts believe Trump is seeking to bypass this exemption. According to Bernstein Research, this move could earn the U.S. $3 billion if Chinese demand for NVIDIA's chips continues to rise. Trump previously blocked chip sales to China because of national security concerns. Now that the president has signaled he's open to striking deals that ease restrictions, politicians are criticizing it. Representative Raja Krishnamurthy says the government can't put a price on security concerns because it indicates that U.S. defense can be broken down if the price is right. OpenAI CEO Sam Altman had been talking up the company's latest GPT model for months, but when it finally dropped, some users weren't impressed. Emily Forgash reports that according to OpenAI, GPT-5 is better than its predecessor at coding and solving complex problems. Users put this to the test with a simple query: how many times does the letter B appear in blueberry? The model said 3. Altman says these logic gaps were caused by a broken feature that should have let the program choose between OpenAI's models with stronger reasoning abilities. Developer Sam Willison, who had early access to the model, says it's occasionally impressive and competent. Bentley University math professor Noah Ginsirakusa called the launch underwhelming with only minor improvements compared to the previous GPT. Make sure to subscribe to the LA Times for these stories and more.